10 of them.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome back to beautiful St. Clair for day 2 of the 32nd annual St. Clair River Classic, presented by Blue Water Offshore Racing Association and sanctioned by OPA. I'm Brian Baldry with Brad Harrington. We are off to the races.
Hey, Brian. Yeah, we got the Clash of the Titans out here on the course right now. Wicked's going by. They actually signed up for the Clash of the Titans race, and that really cool 38-foot Scarab, Larry Smith Scarab, went by. I think it's got twin thousands in it. Cigarette Hawks out there. Dirty Laundry, the aluminum catamaran. Look at that little catamaran's there on the inside in the spray. So many cool boats out there.
Yep, and then we got that old Chris Craft that's out there that's been racing with him and his daughter.
Yeah.
4th, 5th a year at least.
We saw him polishing on that thing last night.
Sure did look good.
Pat Marlowe's out there in his fountain too, the 24-foot fountain.
Yeah, that was a cool boat. We went and saw that one last night as well. So
yeah, we were checking everything out in the pits. You know, here in St. Clair, of course, you can walk through the pits, turn around, and see the race course. So everything's right here, close. They had a heck of a street party last night, Brian.
Yeah, it was a really good time. And after an incredible day of racing yesterday, you know, we're back here at St. Clair Inn watching these races, getting ready for day 2. It's already kicked off with the Clash of the Titans race.
Yeah, they're going to do 4 laps today with the Clash of the Titans. You know, and this is just a way for these guys to get some of the older boats in the area out and get them on the race course, have a little bit of fun. So there's some amazing hardware around this neck of the woods, and to see them out here on the course is just very, very cool. So Wicked is out to the early lead, followed by that Larry Smith Scarab, Team USA. Then what do we got going on there in the backstretch? You got a Pantera about ready to overtake. I can't tell. Was that Synergy?
That's Synergy that was racing yesterday.
Yeah, I can tell. Synergy is a sensation. I don't know if there's a spot on that boat that doesn't have a sticker.
Yeah, exactly. It's a good-looking boat.
Yep. And then this is a really cool boat. This is the Dirty Laundry.
Yep, that's the all aluminum cat.
All riveted together. Very cool setup. Then we have the cigarette that you and I were checking out last night in the pits. I think it was a 77 is what we saw, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Then we have the outboard. It's a Scorpion. I believe it's what that red, black, and white boat is.
Yeah,
Very
that's a really cool
setup.
boat. You know, I didn't realize that was twin outboards, you know, and I think when we drove by that first time.
Twin or triple. Got a lot of outboards back there, that's for sure. But here on your screen is Team Wicked with the Muller crew out of Lake Hopatcong.
Great shot of those guys as they come across here. Of course, we'll be in Lake Hopatcong later this year.
Yeah, we will. That's another racer favorite is that location up there in Lake Hopatcong, and it's like basically racing in a cove.
Yeah, pretty much. Man, that's a great shot of that Scarab right there.
Yeah, Bob Costa used to own that. I believe he still does or has a hand in it, one way or the other. He had it for many years. And we looked at that yesterday. It was a 97, I thought we said. Didn't we find that out?
Yeah.
97, and it looks as if it is just off the showroom.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. There is not a smudge or anything on that boat. One of my all-time favorite boats. The local fans just love this Clash of the Titans.
Well, yeah, it's a bunch of their neighbors and things like that getting these classic boats out, or boats that they saw years ago racing.
Yeah.
Back out on the water.
You have a Sensation, a Pantera, and a Warlock Cat. That Warlock Cat was out there last night doing a little testing. It was screaming up and down the river here.
Yeah, that's a good-looking boat, too. It's a great shot of that SIG going past Synergy.
Dirty Laundry, isn't that the boat that Steve Curtis was here in town for the races and jumped in and raced it? I believe it's a Cougar Cat that they actually built over in England.
Yeah, he did. He raced that up in here.
Yeah.
But I think they had some mechanical issues.
Yeah, unfortunately.
glad to see it's out here running strong today.
And I thought that this was this cigarette here. Was this the one that we saw in the pits yesterday? Yeah, it is. It wasn't Wayne's cigarette from Sensation. I didn't see it in the pits. Then the Scorpion, like you said, with the twin outboards.
It's actually triples. You were right.
Triples.
I was wrong. Yeah.
Huh.
Trips on the back of that, which is really cool.
So this little fountain here, you know, you don't see too many of the 24-foot fountains. And Pat's hoping to get some big power in that thing and bring it down to the Lake of the Ozarks shootout. It's always in August every year.
I told him he had a month to get it done.
That's right.
Come on down.
Right. You got some time. He said he just got a new motor put in that over at Eagle Edge Marina. Sean hooked him up with that. Look at the air that little Warlock Cat's getting. Airing it out. Sitting it
Here's
on his
a great
tail.
shot of that old Chris Craft right here. It's sponsored by Murphy's Inn. They're local favorites, father-daughter team. Completely re-rigged parts
You know,
of that
we
boat.
talked to the guy that was putting a shine on that last night. That thing was amazing.
Yeah.
We have to figure out what kind of product that guy's using.
He'd spent some time on it, he said. So.
Elbow grease, I think. There on the back stretch, that is Dirty Laundry just going around the Pantera on the back stretch. Over on the Canadian side, here after this Titans race, we'll give you a full rundown of how the results turned out from yesterday. We had a great day of racing yesterday. That's the boat right there, man.
Yeah, yeah. So
I love my Sabre, but if I was going to get rid of something, get another boat to replace it with, it would be that.
You surprised me with that last night. It's like I can't see you selling the Sabre, but I mean.
There's a few that I would sell it for.
Yeah, super cool boat.
I'd need a bigger garage. That thing would need to stay inside all the time.
Yeah.
As the Sabre does, but. Beautiful day here in St. Clair, Michigan. We had a little bit of just a sprinkle earlier. There's a little chance of rain for later on in the day. There's some clouds in the sky. It is warm, not too breezy. Looks like we're going to have a great day for racing. And then we're going back to just oppressive heat back home in the Midwest.
That's what I heard.
They said the humidity is high, and I saw one of the weathermen are saying that it's corn sweat. I heard that last year.
What is that? I've never heard that.
Corn sweat.
It's a great shot right there. Those three boats coming through, Dirty Laundry. And you've got Synergy and that Cat battling back and forth.
Duking it out.
Wicked running right by.
So they're also signed up to race later today in the final race of the day when the Super Vs are out there in the Extreme and the one and only Super Cat. So I wonder if they're going to go back to the pits, fill it up with gas, and come back out here.
I think that's exactly what they're going to do.
Well, the Mullers love running that boat. Been in their family for a good long time, so I bet they do. Going around the north end of the course right now.
Looks like it's the Dirty Laundry taking it easy up there.
Yep. You can hear the outboards. What are those? The 2.5s?
I can't quite tell. Maybe.
So many different setups, you know, and this Clash of the Titans, you know, you actually get to see these kind of older setups you may not see today. So cool to see this out here. You know what, that cigarette that we were looking at last night that was just on the screen, we were talking about it, and it was one of the first of the first 9, I think, boats that Don Arno had laid up.
Yeah, cool fact. We saw that. They're very proud of that fact there. Looks like the Scarab there has finished its 4 laps. It's probably going to be turning into the inside of the course. They are coming off plane. That boat, of course, set up for 3-position racing with a navigator. Don't know that you'll need a navigator on today's course, a little over 4 miles. It's pretty simple oval with a slight dog leg in it. Of course, we've got the 7-mile-an-hour current coming from the north to the south.
You know, the cigarette that we were just talking about has a 3rd person in there too. So, but in this Clash of the Titans race, it's just an opportunity to, maybe get your toe wet and see if you like this, and maybe jump in. Get
the bug for the race.
Yeah, which we would love. We would absolutely love.
Well, it goes back to the Chris Craft. His daughter is doing some really cool things. I heard that she had done a paper about some historic boat racers, and
oh yeah,
yeah.
Have to look forward to finding that. See what she has to say.
Clash of the Titans race coming to a close here.
So I think Wicked was out in the lead. I think they did an extra lap. They're going to go by the fans and give them a salute.
See, now I had the Chris Craft in front of Wicked.
Did you?
Well, for a second.
Waving to the crowd. Smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave. Dirty Laundry had a good showing here today.
Got their American flag up.
We got 2 boats still out on the course, it looks like. One has an engine hatch open on the back stretch. Let me see which one that one is. Got the safety boats going over to it. That's the Pantera. Probably just checking everything out. We have the...
Yeah, it looks like it's got a little steam coming out of it, but drivers are safe. And looks like they've maybe waved off the safety boats. So.
The outboard Scorpion and the Cigarette are just finishing the race, taking the checkered flag here for the Titans race. So as the camera is there looking towards the south, towards the power plant there, you can see the stacks in the background. The spectators are most of them are just down on the right-hand side at the park, Riverfront Park here in St. Clair, Michigan. And then right down in that area is where everybody goes back into the pits on the Pine River. I think before we get into this next race, I'd like to give a heads up of all the results from yesterday.
Yep.
Of course, we were talking about it yesterday. Whoever finishes in the first position may not end up with the first position.
And we've got some surprises.
We do have some surprises. It took us by surprise, that's for sure. So, ultimate boat racing experience with the V Limited. We had V3 end up with the win, and V2. So, I believe that has it finished out yesterday. There wasn't any change in any of that. Yep. Class 3, Herbot didn't make the start. Wild One made most of all the laps. They were mixing it up with Class 4. But Class 4 is what surprised us.
A little bit.
So the Spectre that was out here yesterday with the Monster Power, come to find out, I guess he was running around on one motor.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what the advantage of running that far below your bracketed speed is?
You don't break out.
Absolutely. So the tortoise and the hare kind of story there, okay? Because Burning Man ended up getting second and Gascot Marine got third. So Spectre ended up actually taking the win at the St. Clair River Classic in Class 4. Class 5, Fuel 1 Team.com took the win, and Whiskey Throttle Racing took second. That's how it was. That's how they finished yesterday. And then Class 6, it was interesting, that's for sure. So yesterday, Logan's Heroes led from wire to wire. And that's how they finished up. They didn't break out. But there was a lot of moving around back behind them, that's for sure. They actually, Synergy and Dirty Martini and J&J, they were all duking it out.
Yep.
And come to find out, I think they all broke out. Dirty Martini Racing, Synergy, Horizon, and J&J, they all had a breakout incident.
Yeah, now Dirty Martini had a very small breakout incident, but that's what put them in third place where, Synergy and Horizon had more breakout.
Right.
Than the others, so.
And Kokomo, which was struggling with speed most of the day, actually ended up taking second place. So they made a podium finish yesterday. So congratulations to Team Kokomo. All that hard work and towing it all the way over here from Jersey to get it here, and they got a podium finish. So congratulations for those guys.
Absolutely paid off for them.
And then Class 7, of course, the Rileys and Team Progression, they also had a wonderful race and led for the majority of the race, I believe. And they ended up taking the win. Red Rum and the Punisher ended up second and third. Then fourth was Back in Business. Fifth was Wild Card. Sixth was Hammersticks. Seventh was the Flying Lucy. Eighth was Shocker. And ninth was Goofing Around. Goofing Around ended up in ninth place. They did break out. And Shocker, they actually had a fuel leak, I believe, is what kept them from finishing the race. So
yeah, and the crazy part was, we were looking at that yesterday, and we had Team Progression and Red Rum and Goofing Around just neck and neck and neck all the way around the course. And, that's the cool thing about bracket racing is that, you get excited, you get pumped up, but you've got to run a good race. And you got to run under your bracketed speed, and that just goes to show, like we saw in Class 6 too, is that it's anybody's race, especially in the bracket class races. So, but just want to take a shout out to some friends of ours at home and say hey, and looking forward to being here today. So yeah, good times.
yeah, also I'd like to give the results of the qualifying. So that was interesting too. Qualifying for Superstock, actually in their first lap, Team Bermuda set the qualifying speed at 2 minutes and 28 seconds. And then second place was Team Celsius, Valvoline, at 2 minutes 30 seconds. Then Nuff Said was 2 minutes 31 seconds. Ray Marine came in at 2:36. Woolsencraft 2:37. Say Less was at 2:38. Club Car Wash was at 2:43. And get this, Allied that spun out and flipped over in the north turn yesterday. Well, you and I talked about this. If there was any team that was here and prepared and could dry that boat out and make it to the race today, it would be them. And
they're ready.
They are here.
We, for the folks at home, we went back there to talk to those guys last night, but we kind of got there late, and the pits were already gone. Everybody was already in bed, but they had already had the motor changed. They had all the hatches open. They were drying the boat out. And Brad, you said to me, those guys are going to be running. And then today at the driver's race, they're like, yep, Allied's ready to go. So it'll be an interesting race. Fortunately, because of that accident and the safety teams being able to get to them quickly, I think that gave them the best chance of being able to be in a position to do that. So kudos to the safety team and all the response boats, but we're incredibly happy that driver and throttleman safe and sound.
This morning in the drivers meeting when they announced that, hey, are you guys going to be able to make the start? And they said yes, and the whole place cheered. It was very cool that they worked their tails off. And Sean Torrente has a heck of a crew that he can depend on and things like that. And they did. They got it dried out. We like you said, we went by there pretty late last night to check on them. And they still had the fans going. They had gone to bed, and they still had the fans going.
Yeah, they were prepared to be ready to roll, and I was kind of expecting them to be up working all night long, and they weren't. So it sounds like they're in great shape. So we'll see how well they do today. We're expecting good things out of all of the super stock class. Excited for those guys to be here, and really for everybody. Now, out of all the races that we've got today, Brad, which one are you looking most forward to?
Well, there's my favorite race is the Super Vs. But before we get to that, we got to talk about factory stock and their qualifying.
Yep.
So let's finish that out. Mottlick, injury attorneys, they ended up taking the pole at 2 minutes and 21 seconds. Jackhammer, Manatee Marine, ended up taking second position at 2 minutes and 30 seconds. And then Good Boy Vodka, they were having a little bit of trouble yesterday. I didn't hear what the issue was, but I believe it was a Guardian issue. And so they are in position number 3. So we'll see them actually in the first race today. First race today is going to be Mod V and the factory stock. So we'll see them coming up here just shortly on this next race. And in Mod V, you know, we didn't really get to talk about that yesterday. Mod V, we've got 4 boats here today, and we've got Relentless, Fuel One Team, you remember how they told us to say that yesterday? Clue Wall Cartel Racing, and Fast Boys. So we got 4 Mod V's going to be duking it out today, and we're going to have the 3 factory stocks on the course at the same time. Then later on today, we'll have the super stocks all by themselves, and in the final race of the day, which is my favorite, the Super V's and the Extreme with American Custom Marine out there. And I hear they have something in store for everyone. They've kind of upped the ante a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know that we can give anything away quite yet. I think we'll wait till race time for that. So.
Yep. Such a beautiful boat, you know, and they're one of the local teams here, and that boat, for being a 2011, it looks brand new. You know, these guys go above and beyond to take care of it, and it's a beautiful boat, that's for sure.
Absolutely. So good times here. We've got just trying to hear what we were hearing down there for a second. I thought we were listening to some of the local fans and talking about what they've got going on down there. You got a shot here of kind of part of the pit area where you can come down and hang out with the boat racers, and then come down and be right here on the water at the St. Clair River Classic.
Yes, sir. So, talking about American Custom Marine, you know, their top speed overall that they've had so far is 172 miles an hour. That boat is just a rocket ship. Michael Knobloch, and he's the owner and throttles, of course, of that. And then drivers are Chris Uzi and Jeff McCann. Jeff McCann is the one in there this weekend with him. Jeff's no stranger to fast fountains, that's for sure. He's had several of them over the years. He's putting together a really cool project. That he's going to put a splitter, I believe, in a fountain.
That'll be cool. Yeah. So, you know, we were talking. We wanted to finish. You know, which team finished, and as far as their qualifying and things like that. But let's get back to your favorite class and what you look most forward to on today's racing.
So my favorite class with the Super V's. The Super V's, we've got Waz Up with Ed Smith, Smitty, and his son Anthony, and then going against the other evil Ed Smith in Knucklehead Racing, and he's got Tyler Crockett in there, it says, with him in that boat. 2 guys that are right here local in St. Clair. Tyler's from just down the road, I believe, though.
He's in Ruby.
Yep.
Ruby, Michigan.
The metropolis of Ruby, Michigan.
I think it's about an hour from here, maybe.
Do they have a stoplight?
I don't know.
Yeah, I believe they have a stop sign. Then we have DSK with Timothy Linden and Gary Aldington. Sorry, you'd think that Harrington could get Aldington. Misread that. Sorry. And then SV1 with Go GPS Racing with Kirk Brito and Rob Locklear.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that race as well. It's hard for me on a day like today because I love all these boats. I love everyone that's going to be out here today. They're so much fun to watch, so much fun to listen to and see them coming around. So, yeah.
Waz Up and Knucklehead, exactly. They are very similar boats, very similar. They were made about the same time over there at the fountain plant, of course. Now, Go GPS Racing is another fountain, but it's a little bit different model. And then we have DSK, which is the Outer Limits. So looking forward to them duking it out on the course later on. That's for sure. And then you're going to throw in the mix American Custom Marine, so there'll be a lot of fountains out there on the course. And hopefully we'll get Wicked back out there for the Extreme or Super Cat. But first, we're going to have Mod V and Factory Stock. And that should be coming up here. Local time is 12:21, and I believe we're going to try to start this next one about 12:30, 12:45, I believe. But like we were talking yesterday, and we've talked about it many times before, there's on time, behind time, and offshore time. So we don't know exactly what time. We have kind of a schedule that we got to get done before the permit runs out, which I think is 5 o'clock. I don't know for sure on that, but as long as we get all of our races in before then. And they did talk about at the drivers' meeting. They monitored the shipping channel, and it doesn't look like we're going to have too many freighters. We may have a couple of them, but it doesn't look like they're going to impact our racing, so knock on wood. I noticed a lot of them came through last night.
Yeah, well, when we were sitting there watching the river last night, we saw two of them come at the same time, one going one direction, one going the other.
Yeah, they passed right out here in front of us.
Yeah, and they were, honking at each other, and we thought, oh my gosh, they're gonna, they're gonna hit, they're gonna crash, and these guys are pros. So the guys from Kansas are like, oh my gosh, and everyone's like, it's
river rage, it's river rage.
Yeah, exactly. They were honking at each other and giving the international salute. So
I think that's just a maritime law. You're one captain to the other.
Yep.
Yeah, but very cool to see those big freighters, passing right here in front of us. And I'd have to look. What is it? 3/4 of a mile or a mile across there?
I'd say it's probably a mile.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit longer than shootout course. So.
Yeah.
Now you were saying yesterday that that area over there on the Canada side is kind of a rural area, and we've thought that all along. But come to find out, on my trip up here, there's actually a small little town over there that is. Just hanging out, watching the races, doing their kind of thing. So,
yeah, it's just not a downtown area like St. Clair here.
Right.
It's very much a smaller town. It's funny that the backstretch here at this race is actually in another country. Canadian waters are the backstretch.
Yeah.
So, pretty interesting.
Want to give a local shout out to at least one of our local partners here that's on the strip down towards the end of the BP station down there. They have the best popcorn in town, I was told.
Really?
Yeah. So
wow.
Grab some popcorn, come on down, sit up at the side of the tent, and watch what's going on. So yeah, good day today.
And it's cool that the whole community comes together for this race. Unfortunately, you can't really get into BP this weekend. So they give up a lot of business to have the greater good of the area, for the Chamber of Commerce and everybody to be able to put on this event. But I know it's impacting them, and we want to definitely thank them for their support of this event.
Yeah, they'll sell a lot less fuel, but they still said they do quite a bit of inside sales, and they're happy to support the races and love when they're in town. So we appreciate their support, along with the support of all of our local sponsors. St. Clair Inn, where we are, have been very gracious hosts, as they are every year for this race at the 32nd Annual St. Clair River Classic.
Yeah. Also, we've got some other sponsors that we ought to just remind everybody of. We can't do this without those support from those sponsors. We have Raymond Cranes in the city of St. Clair, Cargill Salt, Mashburn Motors, the Chamber of Commerce, Murphy Inn, Beer Lumber, and the Voyager, St. Clair Inn, Riverbend Marina, that's Evil Ed over there, B&B Construction, Huffmaster AAA, the Hamblin Pub, MGM Dumpsters, LaFontaine GMC and Ford, Warwater Brewery LLC, Cocabellas, Anchor Point Bistro, Pepper Joe's, West Haven Builders, the LaCroix Riverside Pub, and we've been known to go over there once or twice, Wellington Financial, the City of St. Clair Boat Harbor, Pine Shores Golf Course, which is right over there by the boat harbor, the City of St. Clair Rec Department, Knights of Columbus, number 2251, St. Clair Embroidery, Thorpe Printing Services, Coughlin Jewelry, Super 8 Maryville, E2 Security, and Hills Garage.
Yeah, and we've also got Carter's Lawn and Landscape. If you need to clean up your property or tackle your next outdoor project, give our friends at Carter's Lawn and Landscape a call. They offer professional landscaping, lawn maintenance, dumpster rental, and snow removal for both residential and commercials throughout the St. Clair County. If you're looking for good quality work at a fair price, Carter's Lawn and Landscape has you covered. Thanks to Carter's Lawn and Landscape for supporting offshore powerboat racing. We truly appreciate the support.
Yeah, we also couldn't do it without our public safety partners. St. Clair Police Department, they had a lot of guys down here last night. St. Clair Area Fire Department, that's where we had our drivers meeting this morning. The U.S. Coast Guard, the U.S. Coast Guard Auxiliary, St. Clair County Sheriff, Tri-Hospital EMS, all the area law enforcement and area fire departments that come in and help out and give mutual aid. Transport Canada, Ontario, Provincial Police, right across the river over there, St. Clair County Homeland Security and Emergency Management, and the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. We couldn't do it without them, and we sure appreciate all their help. And we're going to jump off here and take just a quick break before we have the first race of the day starting off here very soon. But on behalf of OPA, Brian Baldry, I'm Brad Harrington. We'll be right back.
Check, check. Did you say yes or no on sunglasses?
Not right now.
How long until we're at race?
1:15, 30 minutes.
Okay. You can. Yeah.
He can jump in and do it with Brian.
We can do all three of us. That's fine.
All three. We got another headset right here. Connor McQueen, right? Queen?
Queenan. Yeah, okay.
Oh, yeah, we probably do need to move some stuff off.
I'll get out.
No, 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 no.
No, it's fine.
No.
Dude. You're up. You want to just do two? No, I think it's cool with the three. You think we can get three in? Unless you don't feel like moving shit around. No, we can. As long as you can get us in there.
Sit down, Brian.
I want to sit down. I'll have to get in here kind of tight, so if I smell bad, I'm sorry. Check, check, check. And
Yep.
should be able to hear us now.
Yep. Here you guys.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Brad Harrington back here in the booth, and we're waiting for the next race of the day. But we got a guest here in the booth with us from the Class 7 race yesterday, and he's going to give us kind of a rundown and give us his insight on the race yesterday.
Yeah, Connor, introduce yourself. Yeah.
How's it going, guys?
Yeah,
Nice
introduce
to see
yourself.
you. How's it going?
Good seeing you. Good race yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So my name's Connor Queenan. I'm with Team Back in Business 731.
Yeah.
And this is my first time here in St. Clair. We had about 8 boats in attendance yesterday. It was a great race. This is an awesome venue. St. Clair is a fantastic host. The people here are amazing. OPA's done a great job of putting this race together. Despite all the chaos and hecticness with the season and whatnot, it's nice to kind of find a little bit of a lull and see a lot of people, running around here, smiling, happy, having a good time.
Absolutely. It's like having a very reliable and back to a comfortable setting.
Of 100%, yeah. I definitely think there was a lot of, things going on, I guess, to say the least.
Well,
and it's nice to kind of get a baseline again to see.
And like Nick said in the meeting the other day, it's wonderful. He's walking around and everybody's smiling. They're coming up to him, shaking his hand. It's kind of like the pressure's off.
100%.
And everybody here, this town is accustomed to this race. Everybody around here is accustomed to it. So all we got to do is sit back and enjoy the race.
Yeah,
so tell us how everything hung out or shook out for you yesterday.
Yesterday was a good race. St. Clair has some interesting obstacles. There's about a 7-mile-an-hour current headed south down the river. So when you're running a bracket boat, trying to stick to that guided speed, that can pose a little bit of a challenge because the second you come around that north turn, that current's ripping, and you gotta be careful. Make sure you're pulling back off that throttle. Yeah.
Catches the front end of that boat, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yep. Exactly. So.
Yeah. Go ahead.
You got to pull back on that throttle quick to readjust.
Yep. I always noticed it in the north turn and how that current would affect your turning. Down on south turn, I never really noticed it as much. But, it looked like you guys had a pretty good handle on it. So who was in the boat with you?
So I had my buddy Dylan Gold in the boat with me. He was driving, and I was throttling the boat.
Awesome. And you guys are out of Long Island?
Yes, out of Long Island, New York. I have a Progression 22 that I had built brand new last year.
Yeah. Okay.
So I've been having a lot of fun with that boat. I've been doing a lot of traveling with it, taking it down to Florida, doing some vacationing there in the wintertime, getting out of the cold, which has been nice, and then, bring it up here on the circuit, getting around. So it's been a nice way to debut the boat and bring it out here.
So was this the first time you guys were in the boat together? Or?
So we were on the boat for Atlantic City. We raced last month. That was the first time that we were in the boat together. But we've been boating together for about 2 years now, so we've got some time to get to know each other and get familiar in the boat.
That's cool.
Yeah, so tell us a little about that dynamic between you and your partner and, what it takes to make it successful in a race boat.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, I'd say, trust is definitely a big thing. You got to really kind of know who you're racing with. And, you want to make sure that you got someone where, we don't do too much talking. We're kind of just, we're sitting there. It's quiet about 90% of the time. And when we do hop on the comms, we're usually screaming at each other. So
well, the good teams, they say, don't talk a lot.
Yeah, exactly. So we're kind of just sitting there pretty quiet. And we usually don't talk till before or after the race. And we're like, wow, this was a great time, So
that was so much fun.
Well, good.
Sometimes I just have to turn his mic off. Not here on set. Yeah.
No, you've tried it on set too. I know you. I know you for sure.
Ready to mute you. Yeah.
Yeah. I do need a mute button in the boat. That'd be great.
Yeah.
Maybe a sound effect.
Yeah.
Here's the cool
a soundboard.
Yeah. Here's the cool thing though. Brad doesn't know how to do that stuff. I'm the tech guy, so I'm like, if anyone's going to mute,
he makes it difficult.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, did you guys break out yesterday?
Yeah, we did not break out. Despite losing the GPS going down the south side, going with the current, we managed to turn the GPS back on, so we saved ourselves there, which was a nice surprise.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you use a GPS for everybody at home. They use a GPS to monitor their speed, but later on after the race, they have to have their chip out of the V box read to see how fast they went over, the entirety of the race, and to make sure that they haven't gone over their bracketed speed for longer than 3 seconds. So, but you got to have that big display right there on the dash so you can see how fast you're going. Like you said, coming up the river, it's just different than when you're going down the river.
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah, so the boat looked great out there. I know that you guys were all pretty evenly matched. You saw just ahead of you there was a heck of a battle between the Goofing Around and Red Rum. And you guys were all trying to chase down the other progression with the Rileys.
Yeah. That's always a good time.
Yeah, that's true. So it's cool. What we had 3 progressions out there in the race yesterday.
I think 4 of them actually. Yeah,
4?
we had the boat that was formerly owned by James Duranzik made an appearance, which was nice. The new owners went ahead, got the boat back out here, and they figured that this was the best way to honor his legacy was to put that boat back on the race course.
Yeah, that's
And,
cool. It gives me chills. That's
Yeah.
awesome to see it back out here. He was such a lively person to have around all the races and everything, and he was definitely a true racer. And yeah, we miss him, but it's great to see his boat back out here.
Without a doubt.
Yeah, and they seemed to have a pretty good run yesterday.
They did, yeah, for their first race, not having too much seat time. I
Right.
think they finished 5th overall out of the 8 or 9 boats that were there. So props to those guys. Last minute turn and burn kind of decision to come out here. So they texted me about, a couple hours before the race, maybe like the day before, and they're like, hey, listen, like I think we're going to see you guys in Michigan. I was like, oh, really? I was like, that's a nice surprise. So,
Yeah, are they buddies of yours from back home?
yeah. So we all live local, within about 30 minutes of each other.
Oh,
So it's
cool.
cool, on the weekend we do some boating together, and it's nice to get everyone from back home and run with the crew guys.
Yeah.
Now, you said this boat was new to you, essentially.
Well, this boat's the boat that I have is brand new. Yes,
Okay.
it's a 2025 that I had built last year, purpose built to race. So
Okay.
I've got a custom setup, for myself. To be in the boat. I'm a bit of a taller guy. These boats can be a little bit difficult to get in and out of. So
a little
I
snug.
had to make some modifications. So Kevin over at Progression Boats has done a great job doing that for me. So I've got some nice things that help me fit in the boat a little bit better. I've got an adjusting foot pedestal, which is pretty cool. So if you got a shorter person in the boat, you can go ahead and adjust that so they're comfortable. And someone like myself or you guys might be a little bit taller. You could go ahead and do that so you could relax your feet a little bit more, so you're not sitting in the boat all uptight.
And that's right up there by you guys too, right?
Yeah, it's all right there on Long Island. So there's a lot of local boat builders there. With performance history, so it's cool to be kind of in the center of all that and be so close to it.
Do you go back over by the factory and talk with Kevin?
Yeah, quite frequently. I mean, it's pretty close over to where I'm at in Long Island. So every now and then, it's cool to stop by and check out some new things at the shop. There's always something going on. So
Does he have other boats in the mold and everything over there?
yeah, there's some cool things going on. There's actually a brand new 22 that's ready to be rigged that's for sale right now, which is a really cool boat. That boat's, set up for whatever power package, pleasure package, race package.
really?
Yeah. So it's got a complete interior. It's at the shop. If anyone's interested, you guys can call the shop.
Just get your checkbook out.
Just do a
Oh,
plug.
we got we got a little bit of a breeze coming and blew over our umbrella over one of our cameras there.
So when you've done the progression stuff, what was it the deciding factor said, yes, I'm definitely going to race a progression boat? What was it?
So a big deciding factor is, having the boat manufacturer, in business. Progression's been building boats for over 40 years. So, a lot of these boat brands, they change hands a number of times. The molds change, things change. When you have consistency for 40 years, that says a lot. There's
Absolutely.
not too many people in the boat building business that can say that they've, had their company in their hands, in their control for 40 years. Everything at that shop, is all done in-house. There's nothing that's outsourced. There's an upholstery shop in-house. Nothing gets sent out. So from start to finish, there's probably about, 5 to 6 people that are touching that boat, and that's a pretty special thing, knowing that everything's custom built for you there. So that was a great experience building that boat, and I've had a great experience around it as well.
Well, we had a lot of progression boats out on the course, and all of them look really, really good. So that says a lot about their manufacturing process. So it's good to hear that those boats are cool. They're fun to watch. They're great to race. So yeah.
Yeah, they're blessed. I mean, Superboat, another local built builder, to Long Island. Those are great boats as well.
Yeah.
We got a lot of those out there, and on the weekends we all drag race each other out in the Great South Bay in Long Island, and we have a great time. So it's nice. It's definitely a great mix out in the race course.
That's cool. That's cool. Well, any sponsors you want to give a shout out to, or just Kevin over at Progression, or?
No, yeah, there's a couple people I'd like to thank. Our title sponsor, Bergen Marine Performance, Matt Tanney, out of Bergen, New Jersey. He's done an awesome job of servicing the New York Metro, North New Jersey area. Recently partnered with Sterling Engines, I believe. Doing some installs for them, which is pretty cool to see. And he's been a huge support with us for the 2026 race season. and we're looking forward to having him with us for the rest of the season.
I did see that a news flash come through about that, about how they had partnered with them. That's very cool.
Yeah, so that's a cool partnership that they've been doing. So anyone in the North New Jersey area, if you have marine engines or any kind of marine services, they're your go-to shop.
Yeah, and absolute. Anybody else?
Yeah, Liberty in a Can. These guys are awesome. They actually showed up to the New York City Poker Run a year or two ago in their 18-foot Donzi.
Yeah.
To debut it, yeah, which was a pretty cool run. And what they do is they have THC seltzers. So, if you're not into drinking and you're more into that sort of stuff, they have some of the best tasting THC seltzers, which is pretty interesting. So that's a new market that's starting to open up, and those guys are absolutely killing it. They're out of Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Oh, cool.
We'll have
Yeah,
to
that's
check
a
that
cool
out.
place.
Yeah.
Used to race there too. They're on the river again.
Yeah.
Really pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they got the Rocky Top. They got a poker run out there, the Rocky Top,
Yep.
Rocky Mountains poker run. Yeah.
The Chattahoochee River, I think, right
Yes.
Yep.
Probably mispronouncing that.
there. Yeah, say that 10 times fast.
Yeah.
Go
That's
ahead,
a tough one.
Well, I see the chopper in the air, so we're getting ready to start this next race coming up here soon. I see the fire chief there saying hi to everybody. Appreciate all his help and all his assets here today. Everybody's really enjoying the day, and this is such a cool venue from up here at St. Clair Inn. We've got a great setup here, and they've taken wonderful care of us up here at the broadcast booth. So I appreciate you jumping in and talking to us, and looking forward to seeing you again. We'll see you
Kinda
Lake
good to see you.
Apacong, right?
Thank you, Will. Yes, it was a pleasure. Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Excited to see you.
Yeah.
You got it.
Well, thank you. Well, folks, we're going to be coming up with the second race of the day here right away. And the second race, of course, actually is the Mod V and the factory stocks. The first race was just the Clash of the Titans, which was pretty cool. I don't know, did you get to catch any of that?
I did. Yeah, that was
Yeah.
a nice race to watch.
Yeah. So which boat in that was your favorite?
I like the Wicked boat. The Muller boys always put on a good show.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
they do.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do. Absolutely. So.
Huh. Imagine that a Jersey guy saying that. Huh,
Yeah,
imagine
yeah,
that. One of his own. Yeah.
So what's your favorite class out of all the classes that we have on the court?
Out of all the classes, I'm gonna have to be a little biased here. I'm gonna have to go with Class 7 just because of the rowdiness in that class. Okay, it is unbelievably rowdy in that class. There's so many different battles going on, all different parts of the race course. You could have guys fighting for 4th and 5th, 1st and 2nd, 3rd and 4th. There's battles all over the race course. Some of these other classes, there's so much separation. They're still a ton of fun to watch. But having the boats bunched up in different groups, it's a lot more fun to watch that way, in my opinion, and I think it creates for a great viewing experience with race fans.
Yeah, so we race in a bracket class as well, and we love bracket class. We love Class 7. We love all the people that are in it. And then you're right. There was some great racing yesterday, deck to deck, not just for first place, but for other positions as well. And, yeah, it was a good time. So
Cool.
Definitely.
all right, yeah. Well, Brad, I think we are going to get started here shortly. We're going to do a little change here on the set, and just appreciate you coming by, and good
Yeah.
to see you. Yeah.
Good to see you.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank
Anytime
you,
need
guys.
something, let us know.
Thank you.
We'll be back here in just one moment. To be back for the 32nd annual St. Clair River Classic. I'm Brian Baldry alongside Brad Harrington. Brad, tell us about this race that's coming up. I'm excited.
Well, we've been talking about it. First race, actual race of the day. No slide to the Titans, but we've got the Mod Vs and the factory stocks out there. You know, we've got a brand new boat out there in factory stock. It's kind of the unknown. It's the Good Boy Vodka boat. And it's a platinum, actually, and it's brand new. And that's the one that had a little bit longer cockpit. I don't believe they have 4 seats in that, but they could have.
Probably could have, yeah. And that was the one that we were kind of concerned about yesterday in qualifying because it looked like it was having some guardian issues. So we wanted to make sure that they were able to get back up on plane yesterday. So it looked like there was nothing major wrong with that. So we're excited about those guys being out on the course today with the other factory stocks with Jackhammer and Montlake.
Right, and we only have the 3 boats, but I tell you what, we got some heavy hitters. We've got Montlake Injury Attorneys and Jackhammer out here. They're 2 teams that duke it out all the time, so they're really going to be going after each other, that's for sure. Then we have the Mod Vs. We have Relentless. We have Travis Petco and Tom Madalena. Fuel 1, of course, is Mike Gerard and Damon Murata. And Kuwal Cartel is Dustin Kular and Owen Buis. They came by and visited with us yesterday here in the booth. And then Fast Boys, we've got Dylan Myers and Ken Bollinger. Ken, of course, has been around for quite a while, but this is Dylan's first race. He's going to be starting on the outside, yeah?
Yeah.
Yep.
They were pretty excited about that, and we got to talk to them this morning just a little bit, so yeah.
Yeah, they were super excited, and they that boat, they're looking for good things in that boat, and but I tell you what, the Louisiana boat is going to be hard to beat today.
Yes, it is.
The excitement and the energy in that team, my goodness, just that alone, it's hard to rival.
Yeah, and it's going to be a good time. They were so fun to listen to, watch, and have a good time yesterday. So, yeah. Looking down here, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, it looks like we have the safety assets in place. We had the fire chief here, and he said he just got the okay from all of his assets. And the helicopter's in the air. I got the boats coming out of the pits.
Yeah, it looks like we have them going down to the milling area, and they're going to be turning around here and getting back up on plane, and we're going racing, Brad.
Yeah, we got 2 starts, of course. Factory start's going to start first, and then they said that the Mod V's got to be ready to go because they're going to get them up on plane and let them go probably pretty quick. They don't want the factory stocks to come around the course and catch up to them before they let them go. So that's why we do have 2 start boats in this race. Start boats or pace boats.
Yep, I'm looking down the end of the course here, and we've got those guys in place, the start boats, pace boat.
You know, the Cigarette Hawk has been a pace boat up here. They have over 100 starts in that boat.
Yeah, I think we did the commentary when they hit 100, so we're pretty excited about those guys. And
a couple years ago.
Boat is absolutely beautiful, so.
Well, you can hear them down there. These Mod Vs. Trying to get up on plane, just jump down there to the milling circle where they will capture them up in their respected starting fleet and then head north. We'll get this underway. So all of the races today, all of the classes today are racing 12 laps, 48 miles.
Yep.
In this race course, it's 4 miles, basically an oval with a little bit of a dogleg here on the U.S. side. The U.S. side is where the actual channel is. And you can see from looking down the course, it's relatively calm. I mean, you see a Sea-Doo or a Wave Runner coming up here towards us, and they're really not bouncing around too much. And it doesn't look like we're going to have any problem with the freighters. I want to knock on wood when I say that. I definitely don't want to jinx anything. But the U.S. side is here as they're coming up the front stretch, and the back stretch is actually in Canadian waters.
You know what, Brad, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but it looks like Good Boy Vodka may be going back to the pits. I see Montlake out there and Jackhammer, but it looks like Good Boy Vodka's headed back to the pits. That's unfortunate. I hope they hope it's a quick, easy fix so they can come out.
Well, that's too bad. But we'll have to see how it if they are able to make the start or not. That would be very disheartening to make it all the way out of the pits and towards the milling circle and then have to turn around and go back. Maybe they forgot to bring some water. They're looking for something to drink.
So, yeah, someone's like, hey, I don't think we've got enough fuel.
Yeah, which may have been the problem yesterday. You know, like we were saying, these boats will go into like a guardian mode if they don't have enough water pressure. So maybe the motors needed a little bit more water, which is amazing. They're floating in water and they don't have enough pressure.
Yeah.
But they try to get these gear cases up as high as they can to reduce the drag, to get the speed up. And unfortunately, then that affects the cooling of the motor and it'll go into a guardian mode.
Yeah, they've definitely gone back.
Now, some others, they can have an auxiliary water pickup, like on the boat itself, but most of the outboards are still running the actual pickup in the torpedo of the drive or lower. So, who's your pick? Let's talk about that. What are you looking for in this race?
You know, with factory stock, I like all the teams. We have a good time with all of them. I've got to lean towards probably Jackhammer and Reese and Julian in that boat. Now I'm going to say that, and then Logan's going to come up here and be mad at me for doing that. But I think it's going to be a good race between those two boats for sure. So, and then when we start talking about Mod V, you're right, those Cajun guys are going to be hard to beat. But Fuel One's had kind of a little bit of a difficulty this year just getting some of the bugs worked out of that Mod V boat for the Fuel One race team, and I think they said that they got it dialed in pretty well. So I'm hoping that they put on a good show. So I think it's going to be between those guys.
Looks like we got boats up on plane headed this way. I see the Pace boat. Pace boat was actually going to be that 27-foot fountain.
And I believe we got green, Brad.
Green, green, green. We're racing here at the St. Clair River Classic for the 2026 race. We've got Montlake Injury Attorney on the inside, and Knucklehead is just on the outside of them. And looks like Jackhammer's jumping out to an early lead. Oh, yeah. Montlake looked like their rooster tail went way down. They got it restarted or refired or something in the gear. Maybe they're having some kind of problem there, but Jackhammer is checking out.
Yep, and now we've got the Mod V guys up on plane for the second start of this race. And looks like we've got everybody lined up here for the Mod V start. And we're green, Brad.
Mod V is green, green, green. They're racing as well, trying to get an eye on who's out in the lead. I believe that is the Louisiana. Kluwats are out in front. Kluwat Cartel Racing.
Yep. We've got Fast Boys in second, it looks like.
Relentless
coming
in
up
third.
Quick, and then Fuel One team is in fourth.
As they scream past our booth. You see the Mod V's pass by, and you got the factory stocks on the back stretch. That was so unfortunate. Oh, good boy. Looks like they're trying to get up on plane.
Yeah, it looks like they came out, but they are turning back.
What are you seeing there? On the backstretch, Montlake's trying to do anything they can to catch up.
I think they have, actually. There's about a
Jackhammer.
4-second difference between Jackhammer and Montlake right now, and that was much better than where they were on the front straightaway here.
Dude, if they didn't have that hiccup at the start, they'd be right side by side with them.
Yep, I agree with you.
And coming down the backstretch there, we have the Mod V's, Kluwat out in front, Louisiana. It's wonderful that the state actually helps with the sponsorship of that team.
Yep, and then we've got Relentless in second and Fuel One in third.
Fuel One has moved up to third. overtaking Fast Boys for third place. They've made up a lot of ground in that north turn. Jackhammer, Montlick's reeling in Jackhammer, that's for sure. That gap is much less.
Yeah, it's about a 3-second gap between those two now when we were the 4 seconds on the back straightaway.
Reese and Julian Maldonado, of course, into Jackhammer, Manatee Marine entry. Logan Adon going into that north turn. I love watching that up there.
We've got the Mod Vs coming up here on the south end coming out of that corner. We've got Cartel Racing in first. Relentless in second. Fuel One in third. And Fast Boys in fourth. Fast Boys got out to a quick start. Falling off the pace just a little bit, but
Dustin and Owen are showing everybody. Wow, showing tons of speed here today.
yeah, they are.
You know, he said that Owen and the crew down there at Statement Marine take care of the boat, and he goes, "We don't have to do anything to it. It's set up so well."
Yeah, Relentless is in second place, but here we have for third place, we've got Fuel One and Fast Boys neck and neck. You just about couldn't see Fast Boys in the spray there. Those two are duking it out. I think they're going to try to figure out if Fuel One can get around and get position on this corner coming up.
Yeah, they're just about 4 boat lengths back behind them. I don't know if we'll have to see how their setup comes to them or goes away, whether they get lighter or not.
Now down here in the south turn, we've got Jackhammer and Montlick. Montlick went a little wide on that corner. I think they're trying to get some position as they come up that front straightaway.
My goodness, look at the gap that they have made up.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
Montlick has shown all kinds of speed here today.
yeah, and I think you're right. If they hadn't had that little bit of hiccup, this would be a different race. But they are neck
Side
and
by
neck
side.
now. Yeah, absolutely.
I can't, it's too close to call it right there.
I think Jackhammer's got him just barely, but not by much. Maybe a half boat length.
Not for long.
Here we go. Montlick's taking him over. Montlick's going to be fighting for position out here in this first turn.
There's no bracketed speed for these boats today, folks. They're going as fast as they can.
Yeah, and I think Montlick's in a position to be able to control that corner up here, Brad.
Yeah, they established their lead. They should be able to dictate the corner. They gave plenty of room, though.
We still have Cartel Racing out in front on the Mod V. Relentless in second. And looks like Fast Boys has taken over for third place over Fuel One. But that's still going to be a tight race for those two boats.
Factory stock. Montlick comes out of the north turn in a lead by about 3 rooster tails. It's a commanding lead. They're checking out, Brian, on the back stretch. They must like that Canadian water.
They must.
On the south end, of course, you can hear the roar of the monster motors in the Mod Vs. Kluwat, Cartel, out to the lead still. This would be lap number 2 for Mod V. And Relentless really took a wide turn, but they were searching for clean water, and they have found it. That little boat is scooting.
Yeah, and Fast Boys is still on the outside here of where Fuel One is for third place. And Fast Boys is putting a little bit of gap between them and Fuel One. Now down here on the south end of the turn, we've got Montlake out of there, and Montlake is putting some distance between them and Jackhammer. I wouldn't count anybody out on that race, though.
No, definitely not. But they're off their pace. That Jackhammer, I feel for them. I don't understand that. They're usually hard charging towards the front, so they must be having something going on. Maybe water pressure issue like we were talking about earlier. But
yeah,
Montlake is doing a wonderful job today.
Yeah, that gap has gone to about a 9-second between Montlake and Jackhammer.
Which in this is quite a bit. On the back stretch.
Yeah, but we saw, sorry to interrupt, we saw Montlake make that up on Jackhammer earlier. So if Jackhammer works out whatever issues they've got, it's not an impossible lead to take up. So we want Cartel Racing in first place, still with a commanding lead over Relentless, which is in second.
Fast Boys in third, Fuel One in fourth. And you'll see Montlake might be able to catch up with the Mod Vs before we get down to the south turn.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Over on the Canadian side, we got a little bit of cloud cover, and as we go south, it looks a little bit thicker cloud cover. We had a little bit of a shower earlier today, but nothing to stop anything. Most all these boats today have canopies.
Yeah.
They just wish they had windshield wipers.
And a couple of them wish they had air conditioning. You know, some of these do, some of them don't, so.
Mod Vs. It is interesting how everybody takes that corner on the south just a little bit different.
Yeah, Montlake is catching up with the Mod Vs now. Montlake's going way wide. Faster boats to the outside.
You know, it's just a 2-pin turn on the north and south, but they go wide on the south end to try to take the dog leg out of this side of the stretch.
Cool. Cartel Racing putting it down. Man, that boat looks good. Sounds good.
It does. They said they got another fresh motor coming. Scorpion is who's building their motors for them. There you see Montlake going around the Mod Vs.
And Fast Boys, they've put quite a distance between them and Fuel One. These guys are going down here into the turn one. It looks like Jackhammer may have closed that gap just a little bit on Montlake. They've made up about 3 or 4 seconds on that 9 seconds that they had earlier.
Oh, really? Well, Montlake has a lot of experience in there. Giovanni Carpatella and Logan Nadon. Giovanni's raced all over the world, and it's wonderful that he's teamed up with the Montlake Injury Attorneys team. And I know Logan Nadon is one of the younger racers in the class, and I'm sure he's just like a sponge, soaking up everything he can from such an icon of our sport.
Absolutely.
On the back stretch there, you have them going past the second place Mod V, chasing down the leader in Mod V, Kluwat Cartel Racing out of Louisiana. We still didn't get any food from them.
No, we didn't, darn it.
They were telling us how the difference in the location in Louisiana can dictate the recipe of your gumbo.
Yeah.
Wow.
They said as little as 30 miles can really dictate the flavor profile of a lot of the Cajun food down there. So.
Wow. Going around the south end of the course. Like Brian was saying earlier, the bigger boats are told to go to the outside, let the smaller boats go to the inside. And we were talking to all the racers down there on the south end where the water comes out of the Pine River. It just makes it a little rougher down there, a little bit more confused water. That's why a lot of them try to go out wide and get lined up so they don't have to make that little dog leg and get the boat out of shape in any way, shape, or form. Mottlick. I believe this would be lap number 5 for factory stock of 12. With Mod V completing lap number 4. Also of 12. Listen to how crisp that motor sounds. That sounds just wonderful.
Yeah, and it looks like, I was saying earlier that Montlick, or that Jackhammer had closed the gap a little bit on Montlick, and that is not accurate now. It looks like Montlick is at about a 14 or 15 second lead over Jackhammer.
Well, if anybody could figure it out, it'd be Julian Maldonado, throttleman for Reese there in the Jackhammer boat. Those two have raced together for quite a while. A lot of history. And that boat is fast.
And that was another thing when we interviewed those guys on Friday. Reese was like, yeah, I just kind of sit around on the boat. He's kind of like Gary Blue, and they're just like, oh, yeah, we just don't do much. And we know that's not true, Reese. Come on, man.
Yeah. There on your screen, Montlick Injury Attorneys out of Florida, the Miami area. Jackhammer, followed close by Clue Lock Cartel. It was cool to have Dustin and Owen on with us yesterday.
Yep. Mod V's really kind of stretched out here, and Fast Boys have put a considerable lead over Fuel One. We were kind of hoping Fuel One had worked out all the bugs in that boat. It's still running great, still looks great. I think they're just going to need a little bit more seat time in that boat. So
yeah, it is a little breezy out here, but it really hadn't affected the water per se. All they're dealing with out there right now is boat wakes.
Right.
Of course, they don't have any boat traffic here on the river. Pleasure boats, they shut down.
Right.
In the safety zone here on both the U.S. and the Canadian side. Montlick Injury Attorneys, that would be lap number 6, I believe, for factory stock. That would be halfway. Got to keep it going. Halfway there, guys. Logan Adon and Giovanni Carpatella. Here comes second place. Reese Langheim, Julian Maldonado, Jackhammer, Manatee Marine.
I'm looking at Jackhammer right now, and that boat looks a little flatter in the water than it normally does. It doesn't look horrible, so I don't think that's the issue there.
Maybe just the wrong propeller pitch today.
Yeah, maybe so. I mean, you were right when you said earlier that those guys are pretty hard charging all the time and usually are,
right towards the
hammering
front.
Down. Yeah, exactly. That green and black on Relentless sure does look good as well. Jackhammer coming around corner 1 there.
There on your screen, there's Fast Boys. I wonder how Dylan's enjoying this.
He's got to be digging it, man.
Dylan Myers, Ken Bullinger, Fast Boys. Dylan's first race. He's got to be digging it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
3rd out of 4 boats.
your first race is in a Mod V.
And yeah. And you're on the podium so far.
Time.
Keep it up. There on the backstretch, you see those that pile of gravel, I believe, is what the Jackhammer crew just went by.
Montlick coming down on the south end of the turn here, taking it kind of wide. And
They have a sizable lead.
they do. They are exiting and of that turn right as Jackhammer's entering. So
That would be lap number 7, I believe, for factory stock.
Cartel Racing still in first place heading into the south end of the course.
Give us a rundown in Mod V there. I was trying to keep track of the factory stocks.
So we've got Huat Racing in first, Relentless in second, Fast Boys in third, and Fuel One in fourth. Just trying to catch the distance between first and second for Mod V. Appears to be about 8 seconds or so. You're actually counting laps. I'm so proud of you.
Yeah. We'll see if it's correct.
You're doing a great job, man.
So this would be halfway for the Mod Vs.
Yep. And you know, you're right. You said we didn't get any food from those guys. They're literally right across the street from us.
I know.
What's that about?
What is up with that?
That whole team is fun, and you know, we saw them down in the Ozarks, that lake race down there.
Yeah, they were telling us we need to go down there and boat around Louisiana.
I'm in.
I think in the spring and the fall would be a little bit better down there. I bet it's pretty warm down there right now. Although we're going to be going back to severe heat advisories in the Midwest.
Yeah, Dustin said it was ugly down there right now, so.
Oh, Fast Boys, I hear a little popping there. I think kind of getting on the limiter. Fuel One coming through in fourth place.
Yeah, about a 10-second difference between third and fourth place for Mod V.
Montlick, though, my goodness, they've had a great showing so far.
Yeah, but Montlick seems to be slow. They're turning in.
They are turning in.
Montlick is turning in.
As soon as I said that.
At 8 laps.
What is going on?
I hope they know that that's not, they're turning in kind of like they've completed the race. Oh, they got a checkered flag.
There is no way I miscounted by 4.
There's
no
a checkered
way.
flag on the start boat.
There must be a
yeah, I just
freighter
looking to see
or
if there's
something.
freighter traffic.
I think I saw the checker red. So then
I don't see the red part.
I did for a second.
Okay.
And then so Montlick will take the win in factory stock. Second place will go to Jackhammer. We'll see if they throw the checkered flag for the Mod Vs.
That's what I was just looking to see right now.
The factory stocks may have come up with that on their own. Just the two of them. I love the reasoning, and I would love for them to tell the broadcast.
Yeah. Yeah, we're definitely getting a checkered flag out here now.
Really?
For Mod V. Yeah, checkered flag and red.
Checkered and red.
I don't see any freighter traffic yet, and we haven't had any issues on the course that I'm aware of.
So taking the win here at the 2026 St. Clair River Classic, the win will go to the Cluwatt Cartel Racing, sponsored by Louisiana.
Followed in second place by Relentless. Travis and Tom in that boat.
We got third and fourth still duking it out around the south end of the course. If they got a checkered flag, they sure didn't see it. Maybe that's the one that they were just giving out to the factory stock.
Nope, she's waving both red and checker on the course right now.
Third place will go to
Fast Boys.
Congratulations to Dylan Myers on his first race. Podium finish seems to be Ken Bollinger.
Fuel One coming across the finish line right now in fourth, as we're seeing it based on that checkered flag.
You know, we raced against Fast Boys down at the Shootout Offshore.
Yeah.
They were in our class. And I hear it popping, so they must be up on the rev limiter or something there. So must be freighter traffic or something's going on. Hopefully we can get some information. I don't see any safety assets going to any particular area, so we don't have an incident on the course.
Jackhammer's already back in.
Yeah, they're
The
in the Pine
river.
River already.
Yep. Montlick's got their checkered flag. Congratulations to those guys. Logan.
Giovanni Carpatella and Logan Adon, congratulations.
Yeah, I don't think the Mod V,
Yeah.
some of the Mod V guys got, now they're,
the
safety, yeah.
Safety boat went over to him and was waving the red flag to get him off the course. Something's going on. We'll try to get a heads up. Maybe it's freighter traffic or something.
We'll get a,
I don't see any 5-story buildings moving down the course yet.
yeah, and I don't see any assets on the course really heading anywhere other than just to tell the Mod V guys that, hey, we're done racing. So,
Right. And the chopper's still in the air.
Yep.
Looks like Montlick's coming over to show off the flag to the whole fan base right there on the riverside. Congratulations. They're going to come over here and get some camera time. They know where we're set up.
you know, I called Jackhammer winning this race, and it was a hard decision because I knew both those boats were going to run hard, and Montlick just did a great job. They had a little stumble at the beginning that you pointed out, but yeah, they overcame that and ran hard.
Look how they can stay on plane at such a slow speed. My goodness, and the crowd goes wild. Congratulations to the Montlick injury attorneys. Giovanni Carpatella and Logan Adon. Liquid Molly is also one of their sponsors.
Look at that.
I do see everybody standing up and clapping and cheering for them.
Literally right here in front of the St. Clair Inn.
Yeah, we've got a good crowd over there on the other porch over there. You know, one good thing, the food here is so amazing and smells so good. I'm glad that the wind's blowing it the other direction today.
It was a rough day yesterday for
It was
sure.
torture to sit here and smell all that wonderful food, and we're over here eating snacks.
We got a pretty good dinner last night. It was good entertainment and good company with some of the race teams we got to hang out with. Absolutely.
Right here
so.
at the St. Clair Inn. Yep. Wonderful facility and historic facility.
Yep.
We even got to go to the speakeasy.
We did. Not many people knew about that,
Yeah.
including us,
Yeah.
for the last couple of years. But
How cool is that? Well, folks, that's wrapping up the Mod V and the factory stock race. Next up, we'll have the super stocks. Once we figure out what's going on and why, it sure as heck wasn't 12 laps. We've got to figure out. Now I see it. Look down that south end of the course.
Sure enough.
That's exactly what it was. It was freighters. We got one coming our way. So they can't shut down the freighter traffic, folks. And this is a live navigable water. And so we try to work with those captains as much as we can. But we do have one that's just entering the south end of the course, going to pass by our race area and exit to the north. And it takes about 20 minutes for them to get past us.
yep. Now it'd be cool. You know, they were predicting that there were going to be two of them. It would be cool if they would race each other down the course. Then we could have something to talk about.
Well, I don't know. Last night with them passing each other in opposite directions was pretty cool, too.
Yeah, that was cool. And, man, I'm telling you what, we were here last night, and, you know, we talk about all the time. You'll hear us on the broadcast talking about how beautiful St. Clair is and the community and things like that. But, man, last night was just perfect. Very, very nice, very calm, beautiful. Those big passing boats are just, it was cool. I liked it, so.
Yeah, I was trying to soak it all in because it's such nice and cool, even though it's a little warm today underneath this black tent. But we're going to go home to stifling heat.
Yeah, and you get to mow.
Oh, yeah. Thanks for reminding me.
You're welcome, Bob.
Which would be wonderful if I had a son that was listening on the broadcast that could go and get the mower out and knock that out for me. But I bet you that's not going to happen.
Come on.
Yeah.
He's going to take care of you, buddy.
Yeah, right. Hope so. Maybe one of my daughters will. I'll call Carrie up. Maybe she'll do it.
I'm sure.
I'm absolutely positive that she will not do it.
You know, Brad, yesterday we had an incredible day of racing, and it's so far hasn't let us down on today's racing yet either. So,
yeah, it did not turn out like you thought it would in factory stock.
Nope.
The speed that Montlake injury attorneys had was amazing. They had that little hiccup at the beginning, and you could see their rooster tail go down, and then it came right back. I don't know if if they had a guardian issue right off the gate, or if they just had one with sputtering just a little bit. Usually these motors don't sputter like our old outboards at home. Sometimes I got to coax my my two-strokes up on planes, so I don't think it's quite the same thing, but could be.
And here we've got the Cartel Racing team going to come down here and do a parade lap for us with their checkered flag. Well-deserved. Great run, guys. Excellent job. They're going to come right down around here. And
Dustin Kluwat and Owen Buis. Sorry, Owen, I butcher that a lot.
Look at that. They're super excited about that.
Boy, they had a heck of a setup on that boat. It ran great today. Everybody's clapping over there on the porch. They got a lot of fans over there here at the St. Clair Inn cheering for them. Oh, what we got? Louisiana flag too?
Those guys are having a good time any place they go. So
that's right. They enjoy it. They raced in Class 7 and then jumped into this Mod V.
Yep.
Well, that motor sounds great.
Yeah, it does.
He said they have a brand new one coming. The engine builder's here. I thought they said it was Frank McComas that's building those motors for them. Just got the second one ready to go.
And you can see here these guys doing a parade lap right here in front of the spectator area. Like we've said all along, this place is absolutely perfectly poised to be a race event. Iconic, been here for years, 32nd annual.
Yeah, since 1994. And the whole town just comes out for it. The whole county.
Yeah.
Whole country.
Absolutely. Welcome, everybody. If you're not here in St. Clair right now, we're glad that you're listening to a broadcast of the 32nd annual St. Clair River Classic.
I look over here with binoculars over on the far side, on the Canadian side. And it's lined up. There's a lot of people over there.
People out on
docks. A bunch
docks.
of tents. Oh, yeah.
It's a great big giant checkered flag over there.
Yeah. Well, and in factory stock, we got a Canadian entry.
Now you can see here where, sometimes we talk about them going back into the river. This is a great shot of where the boats come in and go out of.
There's the drawbridge that we talked about yesterday.
We couldn't figure out what it was called.
Yes, that's Kansans. Uh-oh. That's a far reach for the drone.
A little bit.
Back out and get back up here safe. So this next race is going to be pretty intense, Brian. Super stocks are always cool to watch, that's for sure. But like I said, we do have a Canadian entry in Ray Marine. Cole Leibels from over in Canada racing with Gary Blue. Gary has so much experience in this class. If anybody wants to know how to go fast in this class, they talk to Gary. But now that he's racing and with Cole, he can't give away all of his secrets. I've seen a picture though of all of his checkered flags in his garage. My goodness gracious!
Really? Yeah.
He's gone all over the world racing these outboard cats.
Here's a shot of race control right there. Guys that are monitoring this traffic that's coming.
And they really do a great job down there in race control with all the safety assets and running the control board. If you ever watch that, Brian, the race director down there really has their hands full because they're monitoring about 6 different channels at all times, and dictating whether they deploy out of the helicopter or not. And it's something to see. I can't multitask like that well.
Well, and they've got a contingency for just about every possible aspect of anything that could happen on the course here, whether it's safety assets that need to be deployed, or if a communication channel goes down, they've got a backup for that. So hats off to Bob Courier and his entire team for being able to coordinate this. Of course, they've had a little practice, obviously. True professionals at what they do at this course. So we love it and very thankful to be working with those guys. So
Absolutely. They have put on one or two of these before. And they love having everybody come out and enjoy the day. Now, somebody was saying, though, that a lot of the locals, they consider this the end of the summer.
Yeah.
Which, we got a lot of summer left.
We
I got
do.
a lot of boating I want to do still.
That's right.
But our big event back home is at the end of August, so maybe that's really towards the end of the season for us. Them being up here a little bit farther north, I guess so. Maybe some people start pulling their boats out soon.
Yeah, back home, a lot of people will de-winterize on Memorial Day and winterize on Labor Day, and I'm like, man, there's a whole bunch more boating in there.
Yeah, the spring and the fall is a blast. It's it's a little bit cooler. The water's in the fall. The water's still warm, and yeah, it's my favorite time of the year to boat. Is in the fall.
So here we've got the largest boat on the course today.
I don't know if they'll break out of their bracketed speed.
We will see.
When it comes by, we'll have to see how big this one is. Well, there was one last night was 700 and some odd feet.
Yeah, this is class 9,000, and they're going to do a half a lap today.
Yeah, they are. Look at that wall of water that they're pushing.
It's funny because someone was telling us last night that when these things come by, they push that water out. We think, okay, it's on the river or it's on the St. Clair River and it's fine, but it actually pushes that back up and floods all that river coming in. Yeah,
into the Pine River and over there towards the River Bend Marina, Ed Smith's Marina. They said you can tell in the travel lift area how high that water comes up when the big freighters go by. Robert Pearson. Looks like it needs a little bit of a shine on that.
We've talked about this before previously. We used to run these races around these things, and you had to, kind of be very cognitive of where the boat was and plan those turns and things like that. And you've raced when these boats have been out here as well. So, but if you bounce off of one, all you're going to do is just knock off some rust and a little bit of some barnacles and call it good.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw a lot of water draining out of one of them the other day. Was it him going south? But maybe they just had a lot of ballast in.
It's possible. A lot of times they wash the decks down with them too. So.
Yep. Robert S. Pearson. Yeah, I would say that's kind of a patina.
Yeah, let's go with patina. So, yeah, I think what. Yep, he's calling it for us. So he's saying hi to the crowd and letting him know that he is winning his class currently. So, Brad, I think we're going to take a quick break here while we let this freighter pass, and we'll be back shortly for the 32nd annual St. Clair River Classic. Okay, welcome back to the 32nd annual St. Clair River Classic. I'm Brian Baldry with Brad Harrington. Brad, we've got a guest with us.
Yeah, we do. Raul, I appreciate you jumping in here on the broadcast with us. Raul Gascott, and yeah, he's going to kind of give us a rundown of factory, bracket 4 yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, so tell us about it. How you guys had a pretty good run, but unfortunately I think you guys broke out, huh?
Well, we broke a lot of stuff besides the bracket, so no, it was fun. Pleasure for guys having me. This is pretty cool.
Yeah.
To be here. We broke out. That's on Dad's fault. That's on me. I just drive.
He's not here to defend himself now.
I invited him. I told him, hey, do you want to go to the hotel with me? He's like, no, that's too far.
That's too far.
He didn't
So
want to walk.
they had a different name yesterday. It's usually junior and senior, but I wanted to make sure it was your dad with you in the boat yesterday.
Yeah. I haven't hopped in the boat with anybody besides him. Well, once, but many years ago.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
cool.
but he's a ride and die for me. So yeah, he's best man out there for me.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, it's so cool. And you guys have your whole family that's usually here and travels with you to all the races. And he comes up from Puerto Rico just for that, right?
Yeah. So as you mentioned many years ago, he comes in for vacation to fix the boat.
To work on your boat.
That's not the case as much anymore. I pretty much spend all winter here in the marina here at Ed's, either working on my boat, and now I've been helping out Brian and Ed, anytime that they need a hand or someone, very skilled at looking at computers and stuff.
Yeah.
So I've been helping out a little bit there. And then, working on the boat. This year we didn't do a whole lot. We were planning to do no races this season, but then, the bug beat us.
Awesome.
So we're here. We have a very big project, one of those that take 9 months and then 18 years afterwards.
Yeah.
Or 21, depending on the situation.
Right.
So so that's what we have going on this year. So decided to boat's ready. Let's just put it on the water and started, tested out great on Thursday. So it was it was just to put on the water and see what it got.
Well, you guys had a great race going with the Speedster there. Yeah, Burning Man. And then you broke a tie bar.
Yep.
You want to tell everybody about that?
Yeah, so, in order to beat a B-bottom, you need to be very aggressive on the turns and turn
Yes.
catamarans almost like tunnel boats.
Yeah.
You need to stay in the inside because if not, you lose so much ground trying to keep the boat fast in the corners that you really need to accelerate them on the corners. So, turning it hard on a lot of the corners, and then the tie bar decided to leave the chat.
Now, was that the only? I know that when the tie bar came off, it did some damage to the cowling on one of the motors.
It did, yeah. It broke the cowling, and then the injector harness on that side, it broke, and then one prop. That's the one that hurt me the most. One of those props done by B-Blade, so they're they're not.
Oh no.
Now, was that on the port motor?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All the damage on that one side. It's everything's fixable. It's not the end of the world, but
Sure.
we should get it ready within a week or two, and store it for the year and see what happens.
So you don't have any other races planned for the rest of the year?
No, my next race is gonna be in October when that baby's due. So
Yeah, congratulations. So yeah, tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, no, me and my wife, we've been together for 15 years. Love you, Mayra. So yeah, no, we have the blessing of being parents for the first time. So we
That's awesome.
want to
Congratulations.
dedicate all of that. So that's part of the project that's working on. We've been, there's a lot of these terms that I didn't know before, like nesting. So it's like
Yeah.
when you're trying to so I've been doing a bunch of stuff in the house and everything around it. So this time Dad came in to fix the boat. Not really, but it's to help me with the house and then have baby shower and all of that other
Now,
stuff.
you know
that's
yeah.
cool.
You know
Yeah.
that you're not really doing the work on that part. That your wife is
Well,
doing all the real work.
Well,
She has a list for him.
It's funny because I'm the one sending lists every week. So yeah.
That's cool. Well, do you guys know what it is?
Yeah, it's a baby girl. Baby
Oh,
girl.
that's
Congratulations.
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah, you gotta be excited.
TBD on name yet. So
Yeah.
it's been the question number one for everybody. It's like, oh, what is it gonna be named? It's like, I don't know.
Well, we'll just call her future boat racer for now.
I wanted to make it a throttleman because I seen so many girls, or women that get into the sport. Most of them are drivers. I
Yeah.
haven't seen many throttlemen before, throttle girls or women before. So I wish I can make her that. But I mean, that's many years down the road. Probably
Yeah.
like 14. I don't know.
Yeah.
You know, people that are, the women that are racing on this a course like this, I can think of one Class 7 girl that was a throttle.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
You know, so you're
Throttle
right.
man?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Awesome.
So, you know, I think obviously that's
Something
a
to
gap you can fill. And
Yeah, yeah.
excited
Look forward
about it.
to.
Yeah, absolutely. So now you had this boat was for sale for a little while, and you had another project for a different boat. Is that on hold
Yeah.
because of the future throttle woman?
Yeah, I was trying to convince Nick to sell me the Phantom.
Yeah.
And then he was decided to sell me the Phantom. I just didn't have the funds because the Spectre wasn't sold.
Yeah.
So the few one guys,
Right.
that they just raced it had a great race. I looked into the boat earlier today. It's like, oh, it looks very different. They did a lot of renovations to it, and it's performing quite well. So we wanted to jump into Mod V, probably because I got bitten by the inboard boats.
Yeah.
Working with the Super Vs, and that's kind of cool. But we really love our cat, and like I love outboards, and I at some point dream of mine, getting to super stock class. That'll be amazing. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, that would be cool. That would be very
Yeah.
cool to see you and your dad in the super stock, mixing it up with the others.
Yeah, no, I know we have for them, so it's just a matter of having the right boat for it, because that's a key part as well, right? It's just having a good boat, having a good team we already have, and then having a good pairing, which I think we demonstrated yesterday that we have a really good one. So yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely. So how close to St. Clair here do you live?
Depending on how fast do I want to get here.
Yeah.
So it could be an hour, it could be 45 minutes. So it
Okay.
depends on what I'm driving and how fast do I want to get here. If they're telling me they're gonna put a boat in the water, I might get it in 45.
Okay. Got it.
but
Got it.
but typically an hour.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So when you were out on the course yesterday, did you have any inclination before it happened? Anything was wrong? Tell us a little bit about what was going on.
Oh, no, it was going back, it was a great battle. Like, it was one of the best races that I have ever been part of, and I've been, even though I'm very young, I'm very, look so young. I've been doing this for quite a bit since 2010, so 15 years, and we've been mainly we did most of our races in Puerto Rico, and always over there is a lot of rough water. And then typically in rough water, you get spaced out a little bit more, right?
Yeah.
So it's whoever has the boat navigating the best. So here it was one of the closest races that I have been here. And it's like, we have this saying in Puerto Rico, it's like, we run like never, but we lost again. So it's
We ran great, but
yeah,
yeah.
we run better than ever, but we ended up second again.
Yep.
So no, it was a very close race. We had a little bit of an issue in the start, trying to, you have to trim these boats a little bit in order to have the acceleration, right? So the Rumblefish boat, they ran into us in the start, and then we ended up running in the wake of all the smaller boats that got started before us. So when we started, then the boat was very flighty, and so we lost a lot of ground. And then, yeah, we were playing catch up. And then we were just basically battling it out every single turn. So it was a very close race, but in the moment when something happened, we came into the turn, the boat was leaning from one side. I thought it's like, oh, maybe we lost a trim pump or something. And we lost communication early in the race. So we were not really communicating. I had communication with Shore, but then I had no communication with Dad, which for us is not a big deal because we raced for a long time with no comms or anything.
You know what he's gonna do before he does it.
Or vice versa, right? So
Yeah.
so I knew I was trying to level it out. I yelled at it a few times, nothing happened. So like, okay, something is broken. So when we came to the turn, I was planning to, cross in front of him, and then I'm, yank the wheel, and all of a sudden it's like, nope, nobody home. It's like, oh, okay, so I have no steering, and all of a sudden it like hooked, and it was, okay, so this is, there's a steering situation here for sure.
Yeah.
We didn't know it was a tie bar. I thought we just either lost
The pump or something.
pump or
Yeah.
something in the helm, because we were, we were making the turns very, very hard. So when it was the tie bar, someone from Short actually told me, say, hey, they confirmed it was a tie bar because you guys said it on the live stream.
Yeah.
Because it makes great shot of the drone, which I'm going to make a Instagram post about that shot. It's just amazing.
It
is
is
cool.
So, yeah. So when they told me that, it's like, oh, yeah, that makes sense.
So now your boat is a twin closed cockpit. So now can you guys see each other? Can you, when you lose comms, can you do
Or
hand
underneath
signals or
there.
anything like
that?
I've seen some of those where it's actually underneath there. It's open, so you could reach over there and nudge
Yeah.
the guy.
So if you see once that went to the back of the boat to see what broke, I kept, steering and throttling because I have access. I just don't have access to the trim buttons because that's in his left side.
Oh, I see.
So I don't have trim, nor I can see the gauges.
Yeah.
So that's why I cannot see the whole thing. But you can operate it as a one person and just have someone just tell you what and then tell him what
Interesting. That's
what
cool.
to do. So
That's
every
very
time
cool.
that we test and have someone, we just put in the driver's seat and just try to keep like a straight line and then turn and then.
Yeah.
But yeah, we have communication. I can see him. I can yell at him. I can actually smack him if I needed to, or vice versa. So, but yeah, it's same as a single canopy. It's just that it has two small
Two little
cocoons
pods.
instead of a big one.
Yeah.
Now we've been to a lot of races with you and your dad. And your dad's a great guy, and he's always very polite. Always a lot of fun to talk to. I wish you could have been able to come up and hang
Very
out. So when you go back
gracious.
to absolutely. When
He
you go
gets
back-
shy because of the English. Like his English is not his
Oh, he's-
forte, but yeah.
Yeah, he's good.
Oh,
He's a
hey,
good
it's
guy.
hard for us sometimes.
I know.
English, sometimes we think of that as our
Same.
second language. So,
Yeah,
yeah.
absolutely.
I claim my ESL card every time I can as well, so you're fine.
Well, tell him we said hey when you get back to the pits.
I
Yeah,
will-
and
will
the
do.
entire family. Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
but yeah, the you guys did have a really good race going with the Burning Man guys, and they're that's a really cool boat, the Speedster,
Mm-hmm.
and Christian doing the as the prop turns. It's amazing what he's doing with all that and bringing all the information to everybody at home. And so we were hoping that maybe he'd stop by and say hi sometime throughout the broadcast. And I know that he wants to talk about the shootout that's coming out. Now, are you coming down to the shootout?
I have never been. I really want to be. I've been to Lake of the Ozarks once last year.
Yeah.
It's an amazing place. Like
Yeah,
I
it
really
is.
want to go there, but I don't even want to race or anything. I just want to have a pleasure boat and just see everything around because it's so cool.
Yeah. Well, come
It's-
down and
it's a-
boat with us. We've got a couple pleasure boats down there.
That'll be cool. We stay in an Airbnb and it had a dock and everything. I was like, why we didn't bring one? Like this is way better than driving
Came to
around.
the coolest boating lake in the nation, and I don't have a boat.
Yeah,
It's like torture.
I mean, Lake St. Clair here. You guys,
Yeah.
I know you guys like it here too.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Definitely. I want to bring a
but-
boat up here and do more boating around here.
yeah,
Maybe come up and
I
do a poker run or something.
I do from time to time. So we typically launch either in the big lake, Lake St. Clair,
Mm-hmm.
and then come to the river. For a lot of people, it's very surprising that we race on a river because typically people think of rivers like very narrow, and then when they see big boats doing 100 and some miles an hour here, it's surprising for a lot of people. But
Absolutely.
yeah, but we have launch here and then go all the way to Port Huron. It's actually pretty nice, and that's where the entrance of Lake Michigan is, and it's pretty cool.
It's
Nice.
an awesome area.
Yeah,
Yeah, it definitely is. And so you just can't go to a lunch over on the other side, right?
Well, you need to have your passport and stuff like that to go through,
Even-
but I've tried.
Yeah.
I avoid it.
Yeah. Well, your dad has all that. Yes.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
we all do. We can, but for those people that don't know, Puerto Ricans are U.S. citizens since
Right.
they're born. So
Right.
I know
Don't-
a lot of people
don't have to have that.
So I have people ask me, so what's your green card situation, and like how does your dad make it back and
American.
forth? And it's like, I mean,
I'm a
it's the
U.S.
same.
citizen, dude.
It's the same as going to Florida. It's just for a little bit further down.
Yeah. That's so cool.
Yeah.
It's very unique, though, to have you guys be able to be here, you here, and then have your dad fly in. I think he gets the award for the furthest traveled for about every race we go to.
Yeah, unless there's people from Australia, I think he has them all beat.
Yeah.
But
Well, we have Bermuda here today.
no, we're farther.
Farther than that.
I believe so. I really believe
Yeah.
that we're farther than Bermuda. We're
Okay.
actually, all of us are, the Team Bermuda, GL Construction. They're right, our
Next to the pits,
neighbors,
yeah.
yeah.
Yep.
And then we got Julian on the other side, who's also from Puerto Rico. So we have a island boy crew around there. It's kind of cool.
So we need to come down and see you guys in Puerto Rico. We need to go down, hang out with your dad
I
down
wish
there.
that we had more races there. Before, when I used to race in Puerto Rico, I was the one traveling all the time from Michigan
Sure.
to Puerto Rico, and that was the one taking care of the boat. So now he gets that pleasure of just flying over and staying here, and
Yep.
boat's ready for him.
Absolutely. Well, it looks like we're getting ready to start this super stock race. So we want to thank you for stopping by and talking
Sure.
to us. And please give our best to your family. And looking forward to the little one coming here soon. You said in October.
Yep.
October.
Yeah, congratulations.
We'll do.
man.
I'm
That's
not
really
gonna go too far because super stock is the
Absolutely.
my favorite race all the times.
Yep.
And I'm
Yep.
gonna go pass by Christian and tell him to come by. Like,
Yeah, do
I
it.
I text him, quite a bit every time when he started the podcast, and I, throw ideas out there. I know he's very close with Brian Clinic as well, which we happy anniversary, Brian.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, we have a lot of communication. So it was very good to see him. And when we got out of the boat, we hugged each other. It's like that was a great race. So and his drive was like, who was driving? I said like me. It's like, and he looked at me like that was amazing. I said like, yeah, it was. So no,
We
cool.
know.
Well,
Yeah,
we
so-
appreciate your time. It's always good to
thank
see
you,
you.
thank you.
Congratulations again on the kid.
Yeah,
Nice
no problem.
job.
Thank you very
Yep.
much. Have a good one, guys.
Yeah, we'll be back here in just a few minutes as Superstock gets to get out on the course and get ready, and we'll be back shortly. All right, welcome back to the 32nd Annual St. Clair River Classic. I'm Brian Baldry along with Brad Harrington. Brad, we've got the most exciting race of the day coming up right now, or at least one of them, and that's Superstock.
Yeah, exactly. You know, this is the one that everybody was kind of waiting to see. And these boats are so evenly matched that everybody's really waiting to see with bated breath how this is going to shake out. You know, what we ought to do is tell everybody the pole positions for today. So Team Bermuda had an awesome qualifying yesterday at 2 minutes, 28 seconds and took the pole position, followed closely by number S43, Valvoline Team Celsius. They were just a couple of seconds behind at 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Then S12, Nuff Said, is going to be in position number 3. 4 is going to go to Ray Marine, our Canadian entry. And then Wozencraft is in 5. Say Less is in 6. Club Car Wash is in 7. And Allied, the one that actually got wet yesterday, flipped it over in turn 1. Like we said, if anybody was able to get it dried out and get on the course, it was him. And it looks like the boats are down on the south end of the course, coming up on plane, and I bet we're going to get a green flag here really quick.
We are yellow right this second. Everyone's coming up on plane, getting into position.
And it's still yellow at this point. The big cigarette hawk is the one that's starting them. Everybody's pretty even. Still yellow. Still yellow.
Good out there. Going to get them tightened up just a little bit.
Green, green, green. We're racing here for the St. Clair River Classic with the Superstock race. You know, everybody's going to be holding their breath as they go into this first turn up here. And in this organization, they have to maintain that lane all the way around the first turn. Look how close they are, Brian. You could throw a towel over all of them. GL Racing on the inside. S25, S12 is pulling up right next to him. Look at the speed coming in from Say Less. And Allied is right there.
Yeah, I was going to say Allied's on the outside. They're going to be coming around. Ray Marine's falling off the pace just a little bit, but that doesn't mean those other boats can't close him out. They've got to stay and maintain their race like you were just saying.
Everybody's holding their breath as they go into this first turn. On the north end of the course. So much spray, it's hard to tell. It is a 2-pin turn. GL Team Bermuda had a great turn, and wow, they've jumped out to about a 4-boat lead over second and third. Celsius is right there in the spray next to Nuff Said. There looks to be a third boat right there in the mix, too. I don't see exactly who that one is. Just back behind that pack is Say Less and Wozencraft and Ray Marine. Oh, Allied must have had a wide corner there. They've fallen way behind.
Yeah, they took it really, really wide out there.
If anybody can find speed, Torrente can. We're going to be doing 12 laps. Just like we said, all the boats today are doing 12 laps. But Team Bermuda is checking out. You know, and that's exactly what they want to happen. They want that second and third place teams to kind of get mixed up, race each other. And that gives GL, Team Bermuda, a little bit more time to get away from everybody.
Yeah, and they've got about a 4-second lead over second and third place right now as they come into that south end of the turn, Brad.
Yeah, another 2-pin turn. But as we were seeing before, a lot of teams like to go really wide on that lower south end turn to take the dog leg out of the inside lane.
Yeah, they took that pretty wide.
Some of them go to the inside. Ray Marine seemed to. They kind of hooked a little bit there, it looked like. Wow, some people are going so wide. Trying to fly it down the front stretch.
I don't see Allied in this group.
They did say in the driver's meeting, don't use those channel markers to set a pick because they are steel. You're not just going to pop those like the race buoys. Look at this. Nuff Said Team Celsius were right neck and neck.
There's Allied right there. I didn't see.
Wozencraft, Ray Marine, Allied has got around, say less. And Club Car Wash
Bringing up the pack there.
bringing up number 8. That would be lap 1, correct?
That is correct, sir.
We don't have a parade lap here in St. Clair. There's no reason for it. GL still out to the lead. Team Bermuda with Nuff Said right behind them. The pink boat. There's a couple people here in the broadcast booth that said they wanted to go over and get one of those pink shirts. Hamilton's Princess is what it says there on the side. Team Celsius, they had a great showing yesterday too, with a blistering fast qualifying speed.
Yeah, now there's about a 5-second difference between first, second, and third.
You know, we saw Chris Hopgood with Team Celsius early this morning. He said yesterday that was the fastest that boat had ever run. Chris Hopgood and Jay Muller in there. South end of the course. Oh, that's a great shot. Shows that whole fleet coming down. Wozencraft just close to going out of the screen there. Left side is Ray Marine. Gives you a good idea of how they dance those boats down the straightaway.
Yeah, and Ray Marine got off to a little bit of a slow start, but I think they've made up some time there and looks great as they're coming around the south end of the course.
Team Bermuda with David Silly and Steve Bridges. That was the team that I saw at the airport as they flew in from Bermuda to race here.
Enough said is closed that gap just a little bit. It's down to about 3.5 to 4 seconds where it was about 5. Valvoline behind them in third. Wozencraft in fourth. Ray Marine, Allied.
Looks like the gap between Ray Marine and Allied is closing, but I hear Allied just come down off of pace there. They may be having electrical issues, you know, with all that water in the boat yesterday. Looks like he may have tried to get it refired, keep it on plane with one motor, refire the other one.
Yeah, now he stayed on the outside, which telling me he's probably going to try to get that done or at least get far enough away. Now he's turning all the way back around. He's well off the course, so that's from a safety perspective. Team Bermuda on the backside.
You can see right down the tunnels of those boats on the backside as they're hopping and trying to pack air.
Yeah, enough said is about a 2.5 or 3 second behind first place now, and they've closed that gap just a little bit, and they've lengthened it between them and Valvoline.
They have. Both of those boats are getting away from third place. Got a lot of laps to go, though.
Yeah, there's about a 9-second gap between Valvoline and Wozencraft. And about a 4-second gap between them and Ray Marine.
Well, watch the spacing there as first and second go into the south turn. Nuff Said's going to do anything they can to try to make it up just a little bit of ground. They're going to stay to the outside.
I thought they might have tried to cut in just then because Team Bermuda made that a little wide, but
they like going wide and carrying the speed.
Yep.
See how they went really wide there?
Yep.
That's them on the right-hand side of your screen. And then when you're up and running fast down the straightaways, to take that little dog leg, it kind of will upset the boat just a little bit, make it want to crab walk. So they try to make it that straightaway as straight as possible. It works out well. Look how much ground they're making up here.
you know what they don't have to worry about?
What's that?
Breaking out of the class.
That's right.
quick update, Allied is under its own power heading back towards the pits. Glad those guys were at least to be able to get the boat back out on the water.
Yeah, they worked hard to get it back out here.
Yeah, now Ray Marine has closed that gap between them and Wozencraft. It's about 2 seconds between those two boats right now. And about a 6-second gap between Ray Marine and Say Less.
Oh, look how close that Nuff Said got to GL in that north turn. They got up right next to him.
Sure enough.
Team Bermuda was able to keep about a rooster tail length out in front as they exit that corner, headed back down on the Canadian side.
Yeah, and you know, Nuff Said has been on the outside of Team Bermuda this whole time, but they are currently on the inside of them.
You know, they were saying that Team Bermuda has a fresh bottom on the bottom of it. They've had Scott Porta work on that, and they helped him out with the speed. I think it worked out for the good.
Yeah, and there's
definitely having an advantage.
Yeah, less than a 2-second gap between first and second here.
Yeah, we'll have to definitely keep an eye on them in the corner.
Well, you know, when they were on the south end of the course a minute ago, I thought Nuff Said was going to go on the inside. They didn't do it then. They did that on the north end of the course, and we will see what happens down here on the south end now. Obviously, Team Bermuda is going to be able to be in position to dictate that corner.
But Hamilton's on the inside.
Yeah.
Wow, they shut the door and they have to go out wide.
Yep, they sure did. Oh, well, hang on a second. Nope, yep, you're right. I thought for a second they were going to come back in, but they stayed out wide.
Still out in the lead is Team Bermuda with Nuff Said just right on their hip, giving everything they can. Third place is still Team Celsius, Valvoline, Chris Hopgood, and Jay Muller.
Yeah, Ray Marine stayed to the inside. Wozencraft went wide. Ray Marine's now coming outside.
What are you seeing? Are they making up room on Ray Marine?
Well, Ray Marine actually got outside and got in front of Say Less, which kind of shut the door on those guys as they're coming down. About a 4-second lead between Wozencraft and Ray Marine.
Cole Leibel and Gary Blue and Ray Marine. Looking up at the north end of the course there, Celsius going into the first pin.
Now the lead between first and second it looks like Nuff Said has fallen off just a little bit and gone back to about a 4 or 5 second lead, maybe 6.
Yeah, that really happened here on the second part of this straightaway over here. There you have Club Car Wash with Uncle Johnny and not Ian Morgan. Another boat out of the Sean Torrente camp.
They've had some difficulties this year. I think they went over in Lake of the Ozarks.
Yep.
Got the boat back up and running for this event.
Down at the south end of the course, still leading is Team Bermuda. There on your screen is Ray Marine. And Say Less doing anything they can to try to make up some ground on them. They're about 2 rooster tails behind them.
Yep. Team Bermuda is starting to check out over Nuff Said.
Yeah, and look how wide they took that corner. I love that drone shot. Nuff Said goes to the outside, tries to find the clean water so they have a straight shot to the north.
What lap are we on, Brad?
I believe this will be lap number 5 of 12.
Yeah, we did have to cut the
other race short. Yep.
Because of freighter traffic. Yep. I don't think we're going to have that problem this time.
No, I looked while we were off air to make sure that we had enough time. Sure does look like it.
About a 7-second gap between first and second, between Team Bermuda and Enough Said.
Enough Said, Steve Montz and Nick Impressia. Nick's dad raced for many years.
Yep.
Joey Impressia.
Valvoline, Team Celsius with Chris Hopgood and Jay Muller.
So I see the separation with first and second, and I do see that Enough Said does close the door a little bit, or close the gap a little bit on that north side. But
yeah,
then
there's about a 5-second gap now, so they did close a little bit. You're right.
But you see this acceleration as Team Bermuda gets away from the turn, they can stretch out that lead. They definitely have more mid-range and top speed today.
Yeah, you're right. They were at about a 5-second lead out of the corner. Now they're about a 7-second lead, so you are 100% right on that.
Even with my bad eyes, I could see that, Brian. And I think first and second place is moving away from Celsius. Yeah. Celsius, then it's back to Wozencraft, Ray Marine, Enough Said.
And that's really the race. Now the question is...
Oh, I'm sorry. Say less.
Yeah, say it.
Enough Said, say less.
Now the real race, I think, is between those three boats right there. Wozencraft, Ray Marine, and Say Less. Looks like Wozencraft's being able to put some distance between them and Ray Marine as I'm talking about that, but I think it's that same type of thing. Those guys are going to catch them a little bit in the corners, and then Wozencraft's able to pull away in the straights.
Team Celsius, Valvoline, Chris Hopgood, Jay Muller. I'm waiting, with the Say Less and Enough Said. We need somebody to come out with a boat name Told Ya.
Told you so.
GL, Team Bermuda, still out in the lead today here at the 2026 St. Clair River Classic. Second place, Enough Said, Stephen Montz, Nick Impressia. Third place, there on your screen, Team Celsius, Valvoline, Chris Hopgood and Jay Muller. Fourth place will be Wozencraft. Wozencraft Insurance, the sponsor of that, with Jeremy Teixeira and Julian Maldonado.
So there's about a 6 or 7 second gap between Wozencraft, Ray Marine, and then Ray Marine to Enough Said is about a 3.5 or 4 second.
Yep. Ray Marine, of course, with Cole Leibel and Gary Blue. Say Less with Chad Russell and Chad Poston?
Yeah, Wozencraft's got Jeremy Teixeira and Julian Maldonado.
Rusty must have been busy, couldn't make the trip, because he's usually in that boat. Hear an alarm going off. Is that the battery on our drone going bad?
Probably so. It takes a lot of battery to do the drone shots. So.
Yeah, it does. It's fast. Takes a lot of battery, though. There's Club Car Wash with Uncle Johnny and Ian Morgan. Yeah, they've had a bunch of bad luck.
Yeah, the boat as it came by just now looked really good. So I don't know if they got a bad start or if they just had some problems early. They're not having any problems now as far as boat posture and things like that. So
I believe this is lap number 7 that they will be completing. Still, we have Team Bermuda, David Seeley and Stephen Bridges. Got to give a shout out to my friend Shane Sherman. He's in Bermuda listening on a yacht at the Hamilton Princess Marina watching on the live stream.
Nice.
That's pretty cool.
What's going on, Shane? Wozencraft, Ray Marine, and Say Less. Still a tighter race there.
Is that gap closing in there between
5 seconds between Wozencraft and Ray Marine.
Ray Marine and Say Less?
About 5 seconds there too. So I think Ray Marine has pulled away from Say Less just a little bit. They're not making up much time on Wozencraft yet.
Well, you know, we're past halfway of this race. So it's going to be interesting to see if everybody's setup can maintain or whether someone's really going to be able to come into their setup. In striking distance is still the Hamilton Princess, Enough Said, and Celsius. It's going to be a lot, but Wozencraft is there on that back stretch. But Team Bermuda is having such a strong showing here today. They're already down to the south end of the course. With Enough Said, just about, what'd you say, about 7 seconds behind him?
Yeah, about that.
Team Bermuda, they get to dictate their own line all the way around. They don't have to worry about, you know, pinching anybody off. They've got their own race to run. I got to say, Enough Said is following very similar to the same track. You can see them try to pack as much air as they can as they exit those corners. But my goodness, Team Bermuda has the speed here today.
Yeah, and they have really extended that lead.
Need to call Porta Products and see about getting a bottom done. My goodness. Well, that bright pink boat's beautiful as it goes across the screen. Oh, looks like they're kind of bunching up down there too. So it's Team Celsius, Valvoline, holding on for third place.
Wozencraft in fourth with Ray Marine in fifth.
Ray Marine looks like they're closing the gap between them and Wozencraft. I mean, Ray Marine and Wozencraft. Yeah, they're getting closer
Yeah,
than.
they sure are. About 4 seconds now.
Yep. Such an awesome class. You know, it all comes down to setup and the propeller choice and how much weight you got to move around in the boat. So at the end of the race, they all have to be craned out and make sure that nobody is under their set weight. But they don't have any bracketed speed in this class. You can go as fast as you can. Racing all out for 48 miles today. That's Club Car Wash down there on the south end of the course.
Yep.
And Team GL, Team Bermuda, is going to, they're about a quarter of a lap behind them now to be able to overtake them for lap traffic.
Which I think they'll be able to do here shortly. There's Team Bermuda right there coming through that south end.
Kind of everybody's setting their spots here right now, you know?
Yep.
I don't see anything changing unless somebody has a hiccup or does something crazy in the corners. Which, of course, anything can happen. That's a good shot there of the drone, showing how Celsius carry their speed around the corner and how tight those corners really are with those two pins down there. Enough said. The pink boat.
Brad, I'm not seeing Say Less. They were following closely behind Ray Marine. I don't see them behind Ray Marine currently.
Oh, I think I see him over here off plane. Right by the, just out of the north turn, right side up, off plane. Kind of facing towards us. They're under their own power.
Right.
They're on your screen. You saw them there.
Yeah, there they are. Well, that's unfortunate.
Trying to get probably the motors fired back up. Ray Marine, Cole Leibel from the Canadian side. And Gary Blue. Can't miss that boat. Bright green. Would that be fuchsia? Or just optic green?
Fuchsia's, I think, color red.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Great shot of Club Car Wash coming down on the south end of the track here.
Chartreuse? Would that be green?
No.
Yeah, it is. Isn't it? I know pink.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce my colorblind friend, Brad Harrington.
Got 2 daughters at home. I know pink. And green. GL. Team Bermuda with David Silly and Stephen Bridges going around. See how tight that corner is, Brian? You see that?
Yep.
And they're going nice and wide around that corner. You know, they say on the north end, please go wide, because in this current, they have to set these buoys, and the anchor line for the buoys, they don't want them to get into it with the props.
Yeah, they said that buoy ends up being about 45 or 50 feet from where they anchored it, so that rake on that's could be, if you're hugging those, a problem.
But these props aren't very far down in the water.
Not for these
That's
guys.
the good thing. I believe that is lap 10 of 12. Team Bermuda led from the pole position, really right out of the gate.
So I've got Team Bermuda in first, Say Enough in second. Looks like
Team Celsius Valvoline in third.
Yep. Wozencraft and then Ray Marine.
Mm-hmm.
Then after that would be Club Car Wash. Looks like Say Less and Allied obviously out of the race.
Right, and Allied went out before Say Less.
Say Less is on the inside of the corner. They do have their hatch up. Looks like they're under their own power. Very good there. Some kind of mechanical issue. About a 7-second lead. Wozencraft over Ray Marine.
I listened to the podcast with Jeremy Tashada, and boy, that was a good one. Pretty funny. Getting a little picture time here, FaceTime. Yeah.
We've
Fuel
got,
One team here, the social media guys.
Got the drone shot there for just a second of Team Bermuda coming around.
We hope that the lap traffic there doesn't kind of slow up Team Bermuda, but they're definitely catching Club Car Wash. It's so cool to have that big of a sponsor on the side of the boat for Club Car Wash.
We've got Club Car Wash at home, and I absolutely love going there.
Yeah,
Great
they're all over.
facilities. Yep. Beautiful shot of the Wozencraft boat as it comes around on the south end of the course here.
Ray Marine. Love how the drone can get right down there on top of them. Team Bermuda has got around Club Car Wash. Enough said is closing in on them. Get around the lap traffic. Now I have this as the last lap,
Start of the last lap.
I believe. And now that all of the boats, I believe, on the lead lap have passed, we may be seeing D show that checkered flag here very shortly.
So I've got Team Bermuda is around Club Car Wash. Enough said is about to get around them as well.
Going down towards the south. Well, maybe for the final time, I believe. Watching closely to see if I see a checkered flag out there. Looks like D's out on the back of the boat. I do see a checkered flag. Looks like they can hold on to it around this last part of the corner and bring it home. Number S25, Team Bermuda, has led the entire race from the pole position, showing off that all the work that they've done, taking the checkered flag here for the 2026 St. Clair River Classic. Congratulations to Team Bermuda. Second place will go to S12, Nuff Said, with Stephen Montz and Nick Impressia. That there is the Club Car Wash with Uncle Johnny and Ian Morgan. They've got one more lap to complete.
Yep, starting the last lap. And then in third place, we're going to have Valvoline,
Team Celsius,
Celsius.
Chris Hopgood, and Jay Muller.
And then coming around that end corner there on the south end is
Wozencraft. In unison.
Probably couldn't do that again if we tried.
No.
Followed closely by Ray Marine. I don't think Ray Marine's going to be able to close the gap on that, so we'll probably get that in the order we said, Wozencraft and Ray Marine.
They did try to shorten that corner up a little bit, but I don't think they have enough time to make up that gap.
I don't believe so either. Great race run by everybody.
There you see the checkered flag. As the teams go past the finish line, there's Wozencraft and the separation between them and Ray Marine.
Great shot of those guys right there.
You know, that's a good example here in that motor. You know, these outboards don't sound like outboards anymore. They sound pretty hardy, pretty strong. We only have one other boat still out on the course, and it's Uncle Johnny and Ian Morgan, Club Car Wash, finishing up the day. Yep. You know, like you said, they had gone over. I think they've gone over a couple of times this year, and so they've had their own gremlins to deal with. It was great to be able to see, you know, Team Allied with Matt Jaminski and Sean Torrente get out here and make the start. They made a couple laps, dude, and they kept up right there at the beginning.
Absolutely.
There's Say Less right down on the deck of Say Less from Lake of the Ozarks.
Those guys have, I don't know if they're under their own power. I hope they're under their own power right now. So Club Car Wash is now finishing up on that south end of the course. They'll come back for its checkered flag, and that will conclude the Super Stock race for this afternoon. Brad, that was a great race.
Yeah, it was a great race. You know what else?
You got the lap count right.
I did.
There's hope for you yet, man.
I can count to 12.
You got a future in boat racing.
I don't know about that. Boat racers can't count. You need to be able to count money.
Got Club
Yeah.
Car Wash here just finishing up past their last little lap. We've got a couple of boats waiting for them to get by.
You know, that is a good thing. I just was reminded, you know, Superstock, they go at each other so hard, and they fight for every second. And it was great. We didn't have anybody go upside down.
Yeah.
Everybody stayed right side up.
Very fortunate. Fortunate that Allied was able to be safe yesterday, be able to be back out on the course even for just a couple of laps. But
Did you hear what they were saying in the drivers' meeting today? They were saying, listen, we've got assets in place. If you end up upside down, we need to make sure that you're okay. And go ahead and let the guys flip the boat back over. So, yeah, it was kind of funny that they were saying that. Live, fit, go, Celsius.
great job there.
Yeah, the wind's picking up a little bit or changing around a little bit, blowing some of the umbrellas around, some of our tents. I think Team Bermuda is still headed over towards the start-finish boat to get their flag, show it off for the crowds here. Brian, that kind of shows, you know, if you go out and you have a great qualifying time, that puts you in a great position to go into that first corner.
Yep.
And, you know, then you kind of dictate your own race. And that's really the advantage I see. There they are.
Look at that shot right
Congratulations.
there.
Team Bermuda, David Seeley, and Stephen Bridges.
Your champions of the St. Clair River Classic for 2026 Superstock.
It's a good-looking boat.
Yeah, it sure is. It's cool looking.
Porta on the back of that. Brand new Porta bottom on it. Well, we got one more race coming up, folks. Stay tuned. Stay with us. I'm going to give you a kind of a heads up of what's going to be on deck in that one. We've got Super V, Waz Up, Knuckleheads, DSK, and Go GPS Racing. So those are 3 fountains and an Outer Limits that are going to be duking it out in Super V. Then we have American Custom Marine and another fountain, which is just an awesome piece of hardware that Michael Knobloch from here in St. Clair has. Can't wait to see it out there.
McCann and Michael Knobloch in that boat, American Custom Marine.
Yep.
Good guys.
Yep. And then we think that Wicked was going to get back out there with Jackson J. Muller, but we'll have to see. I know that Jay just finished up here with the Celsius boat, so we'll see how that comes out.
I think your winners are going to go do a high-speed flyby maybe of the crowd. Or they may just be running back here real quick. So, nope,
Yep.
There they go.
Yep. Local time here is 3:13, and I believe we're going to try to start the next race at 4.
We're going to take a quick break here real quick and be back here shortly for the final race of the day from the 32nd annual St. Clair River Classic.
I'm Brad Harrington, Brian Balder. We got a guest here in the broadcast booth with us. Tommy, why don't you introduce yourself?
Hey everybody, I'm Tommy Thomasy, Vice President of OPA, and really looking forward to having a season here with OPA and really appreciate being here in St. Clair. It's an amazing place and it's beautiful, great racing, great people, and great times.
Yeah. So you get to kind of see the behind the scenes of the broadcast this time and how we run around and make things happen. And I appreciate all your help this weekend. You've gone above and beyond, and you even had your family with you and a heck of a crew with you.
Yeah, I do. I brought the family to their first race ever, actually. My wife, Cece, 4-year-old, 6-year-old, 2 little girls that we have together. And they're just enjoying the heck out of it. They're actually swimming at the moment.
Nice.
So they're taking full advantage of the local amenities. And I have a friend of mine and his family from Lafayette, Louisiana as well. So they were super stoked to be here and to actually just see Louisiana, the Mod V and the Kluot Cartel win and waving the Louisiana flag. That was a bit of a happenstance, and it's been great.
Yeah, I was wondering what that flag was. It was blue. I didn't know that was a state flag. So
State flag
that's
of
cool.
Louisiana.
That's
Pelican,
cool.
Yep.
Oh, it's a pelican.
Yep.
Yeah.
Pelican with outstretched wings, if I remember correctly. I haven't been a Louisiana resident for 10, 12 years or whatever, but I'm pretty sure it's still the same.
Yeah.
Now, we met them and your wife last night and had a good time with you guys and
Absolutely.
relaxed and saw some fun stuff. So what's been your favorite part of the races so far?
I mean, for me, it's the production, not necessarily the live stream per se, although I guess technically that's what most
Part of
people
it.
think of as production. It's the overall everything about it. That's kind of always been my draw, that and the racers themselves. Just being able to put on an event that the people, the fans, the racers get to come to, get to have fun, get to do what they love to do. At the end of the day, it's kind of just letting people do what they love to do and have fun doing it. And that's what I get a kick out of. I mean, I was helping, I guess, technically with the live stream, but I'm not the guy that could do anything more than move stuff around when it comes to that and maybe plug in a cord or two. But I appreciate it all. I mean, at the end of the day, all of this it's a lot.
Right.
There's so much to offshore in particular that the average person just doesn't understand. Everything from the live stream to the food and bev to the locales, the permitting and whatnot. It's just a lot. So you take that, you appreciate it, you put on a great event, and then you essentially move on to the next one. And if everybody's having fun in the meanwhile, then that's kind of the goal to me.
Cool. Yeah, I know to be able to see that and all the work you guys did beforehand to see it come to fruition, and put everything in place beforehand. Then when you get here, the ball's already rolling. You get to see it, the fruit of your labors. You guys work for so long and so hard beforehand. When you get here, man, everything's set in place.
Absolutely.
And that's what's cool about coming to a site like this. That is established, and they've been doing it since 1994 here.
Well, the beauty of this one in particular in that regard, with the Blue Water Group, Bora, led by Bob Courier and his crew, they take on so much of the traditional aspects that the quote-unquote promoter would otherwise have. As the host city, they take on a lot of the race control aspects. They're running the cranes, they're running the volunteers. That's a lot of their sponsorship that you'll see with these big tents and these big VIP areas that they sell and facilitate and all that stuff. So for the most part, this race, more than any other that I've probably experienced, is very much plug and play due to all the inputs and the things that they actually take on what would otherwise be on our behalf. And that's huge. I mean, that's a huge weight off. But to me, it's all about just having the convos before and figuring out who's doing what. Everybody's on the same page. And then it's just a scope of work that's agreed to.
Yeah.
And you're just going forward and make it happen.
Yep.
Yeah.
Did you get a chance to walk the boardwalk?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Did you?
A couple times.
And walk down there and see, the whole crowds. And actually you get down there on the other end and you see race control. And they have their own elevated platform that they all do their I guess race control from down there. It's pretty neat. And like you said, it's all plug and play. They all have everything in place, and everybody really comes out. So it's very cool. I'm glad that you brought your family to this one to be able to show them kind of a relaxed, laid back atmosphere where everybody enjoys it.
Yep.
Some of these places we go to, you get 2 or 3 blocks away. I've said this many times. They don't even know there's a boat race going on. You
Yeah.
get 2 or 3 miles away, and they're asking, "Hey, I'm on my way to the boat races."
Right. That's one thing. I mean, this community really shows up and shows out. They really appreciate us being here. The race is a big thing to them.
Oh, absolutely.
And that's the type of communities where you really feel appreciated. You really feel the love. That's like a threshold issue that if you could have that in your back pocket, everything else is just made so much easier.
Oh, yeah.
Because otherwise, it's more or less kind of a semi-hostile environment, right? You're trying to figure everything out on the fly in more or less a borrowed or leased space, and everything's at the permission of someone else. And the last thing you need is just things not being a good vibe. You know,
Yeah.
It's not necessarily ever hostile. It's just things are sometimes amped up a little bit. And here it's just relatively easy. Bob and his crew, they've got it all down, and we're just plugging and playing.
Yep, I know it. It's all in place, and it's a wonderful site. And can you give us a little insight? What's going on with OPA? You're looking forward to the next thing, and
Yeah, I mean, the next thing, so there is an affiliated event in August, New York Poker Run, that's going to essentially be a poker run around Manhattan, which is pretty wild in multiple respects.
bring that in a little bit closer. Sorry.
Take that in. Sorry about that.
There you are.
But yeah, I mean, so there's going to be the poker run event. They'll do a ride around Manhattan, whatnot, and then late September, we have the race in Lake Hapatcong, which I hope I said correctly.
Kinda.
I usually just say Lake Hop because
Hapatcong.
Hapatcong.
You know that-
you know.
Yeah,
whatever.
that pronunciation is actually better than most people do that the first
There you
couple
go.
times
I've
they
been
do it. So.
practicing. I've been practicing. I've
Did
watched
a good
the
job.
blooper videos on that.
Well,
that
good.
OPA
You've
put
done your
out.
homework.
Yeah.
So you've
So-
seen this guy mess it up pretty good. So
Yeah,
it's a good time.
So I'm really excited about that one. We were actually just talking about it with Nick McGee, who's here on site and helps run the JSBR series and whatnot. These boats that I have not personally experienced, but I'm super stoked to see. You know, relatively small, but some serious horsepower on them. And at the end of the day, it's just another form of fun. You know, it's like having a go-kart with a big motor instead of a big boat with a big motor. So it's,
Now you got an invite to be in one of those boats, didn't
I
you?
did get an invite, and I'm going to be taking it up.
All right.
What?
Oh, hell yeah.
What?
I mean,
In one of Nick's boats?
yeah. He's threatening two different types of boats that I don't know the difference between the two of them, except one is even gnarlier than the first.
Well,
So it's like a Garby. So whatever it is, I'm down for it.
Yeah.
So we'll see you out on the course in Lake Hop?
Yeah.
All right.
I've been threatening. I mean, Smitty supposedly has a helmet somewhere waiting for me to get in the was up with him. So we'll see what happens and when that happens. But there's a lot of people out there that have seen me on the wheel of various things, and have been on the backside of my taillights. So JJ Turk in particular. But yeah, so they know I can wheel. It's just a matter of translating it to the water and seeing
Nice.
where it goes.
Nice.
yep. I think we're getting closer to this next race coming up, and I appreciate you coming in and talking with us. And I think we're going to have Nick jump in for a little bit before we start this next one. The chopper's in the sky, and I haven't seen the boats coming out of the Pine River yet, but we're going to do a little swapperoo here on the set and get Nick Smith, the president of OPA, to come in. Man, now I got the president, vice president.
Man, you got Tommy to admit he was vice president.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
First
Little
time I
bit.
heard him say it.
I try and be a ninja of sorts, as
Yeah.
low key as possible. But
Well, I appreciate you jumping in here, Nick. And if you want to, just kind of give us a recap of the whole event, this weekend. I know that this one's near and dear to your heart. You got your adopted family here, the other Ed Smith. So, yep. So it's if you might want to come in a little bit closer. It's
Yep.
not quite there on the camera. But, yeah, give us a heads up. What do you think?
Well, hang on. First, I want to back up a second. The road getting here this weekend was rough, right? Short turnaround, picking up the pieces in a month and a half, and I couldn't do it without this team,
Yeah.
right? Without you, without Brian, without Tommy, without Doug, Chris, all the guys from OPA, and all the girls from OPA, right?
Yeah.
Alyssa, Dee, everybody, Dana, Kaylee, Avery. This team is special. This team, it's not a big serious hoorah, right? It's a fun weekend where we party all weekend and we throw a boat race on Sunday, right?
Yeah, that's
My
right.
old man's famous quote. And to see him here this weekend, just having a blast, no responsibilities, no nothing. It's just really a success. It's Bob Courier didn't even cry in a driver's meeting.
Not today, but yesterday he did.
Little
He teared
bit.
up.
A little
just
bit.
a little
I
bit.
would go with that one.
But Tommy might have cheated.
Yeah. I primed him a little bit. I mean, look, he came asking for it, just my opinion, and I gave it unvarnished. It's
Yeah.
a great place, great time, all the things that we were talking about earlier. And, of course, he knows and realizes it. So he was – the waterworks were going. They were primed and ready.
Yeah.
The bets were placed, and I had my money on it starting early. So
Yeah, it has, and I do appreciate you talking about the elephant in the room. It has been a long road to get here. There's been a lot of stuff going on in offshore this year, and but we're here. We made it, and
Yep.
so far it's been a wonderful weekend here. And I know you guys work tirelessly behind the scenes to make sure that OPA does everything they can and be able to put on great events everywhere you guys go. We've got that poker run that you guys talked about, kind of a combined effort there. But we also have Lake Apacon coming up. So, yeah. And then maybe next year, I know you guys are working on a big series for next year and try to get a good schedule out. But, stay tuned for that.
We're just we're going to do our thing. We're going to keep our heads down, focus on doing the right thing at the right time. The sport deserves it. It's been chaos. Let's clear it out. This weekend was a great step in the right direction. Next weekend will be a great step in the right direction. It's just going to keep going the right way, and I'm super proud to be here, with this team, and just want to thank everybody involved.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to go fly my little helicopter.
Okay. Yeah, I hear some boats coming out of the Pine River, so I appreciate you jumping in here. Thank
Thanks,
you very
everybody.
much.
Hi, Mom.
yeah, we'll hand it back to the pros.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Appreciate it. We'll get Brian back in here. Thank you, guys. Wow. Kind of awestruck, Brian. Get back in here and get your headset on.
Always a good time with those guys here for sure. So
Absolutely. Have the president and vice president right here. Should have got autographs.
should have, or your picture taken with them or something.
That's
you know?
right.
Yeah.
On checks. No, I'm just kidding. I'm going to go ahead and turn this one down. I believe that is number 2. A little bit of inside baseball. Everybody gets to see what's going on here. So we've got the final race coming up here. We had to go back and fuel up the chopper, but I saw it in the sky. I don't foresee any freighter traffic. Doesn't look like we have any coming from the north or south right now. And local time right now is 3:57, and we were set to go off on this last race at 4 o'clock. So we will be starting here soon. But yeah, it was great to have those guys come in and kind of give a look at the sport and look at the situation going on. So I
Provide a
appreciate
little-
that.
Yeah, provide a little clarity and some reinsurance and some things that are happening. So, we're trying to get positioned for a really great finish to this year and start to next year. So, looking forward to some very positive things happening with OPA.
Yep.
Yeah,
And it
good
is. It's kind of like a big family. We all get together and we go come together for the greater good here to put on an event and be able to show it to everybody. Yeah, it's funny to listen or look through the comments. Yeah, I butcher some names. I even butcher Harrington every once in a while. That's my own name. So, yeah. And it's funny that everybody says that, and but they never have their own name as they're making those comments. It's always some other alias or something like that. So,
Well-
hey, we're putting it out there, man. We're using our real names, and we travel. We give up our free time from our families at home to come here and try to do the best we can to give you as much information as we can. And it's because of the love of the sport. I love offshore powerboat racing, and I love explaining it to people and sharing it with people. And I'm lucky I get to share it with my good friend, Brian Baldry.
Yeah, and we have
So-
a good time doing that. We have lots and lots and lots of really positive comments. We have a lot of people that are really pumped up about what we do, about what OPA represents. Of course, you can't please everybody, and that's fine. We encourage all comments. Come on down. We'll talk about whatever you want to talk about. It's all good.
That's
We love
right.
it. Yeah,
That's right.
So, good times.
Yep. It is great times. And I see some of the big boats coming out of the marina.
Well, Brad, let's start talking about them. What do we got coming out here?
So I think that one, the blue one there, is the Go GPS with Kirk Brito and Rob Locklear. Then we have DSK. I haven't seen them come out. Oh, is that them there? Nope, that's Was Up coming out of the marina right now. And, of course, Was Up is Ed Smitty Smith and his son Anthony Smith.
I think Knucklehead's maybe already out on the course there in front of Go GPS. And that's Ed Smith with a guest in the cockpit with him.
Yeah, Tyler
Our-
Crockett's in there.
Yeah, our buddy Tyler Crockett from Ruby, Michigan.
Yeah.
So
So that'll be interesting to see. I don't know if all my years of being around this, I don't know if I've ever seen those two in the boat together. They're two local racers here, and they've been racing for a long time, but I've never seen them in the boat together.
yeah, I think you're right. I don't know that I've heard of that either. So shout out to his wife Kim. Hey,
Yeah.
hope you're doing well.
Yeah. And Sean, too.
Yeah.
And then DSK. So you got Tim Linden and Gary Aldington. Not Arrington or Harrington. It's Aldington. So that's a beautiful outer limit. So it'll be interesting to see how that runs here with those other Super Vs. But then we have the Extreme, the bad boy, American Custom Marine, with Jeff McCann on the steering wheel and Michael Knobloch on the throttles. And they are ready to put on a show for the local home crowd, man. That thing is awesome. He's capable of over 170 miles an hour here, folks.
Wow.
And he's got that thing set on 11 out of 10, man. He's got it set. He's ready to go. Tyler was telling me, Tyler Blankenship, that crews for him there, he said, man, we are ready to put on a show for our team and our families and everybody here in St. Clair. So they are ready to rock and roll.
That boat goes to 11. I did not know that, Brad.
It does. On a scale from 1 to 10, it's an 11.
Sweet.
Dude, I can't wait. We had a scratch. We actually had What's Up's Wicked was going to race in Supercat in this race as well, but they scratched. They raced earlier today. Other sponsors for American Custom Marine are Dan's Excavating, Ajax Paving, Dupuis Crushing, Young's Environmental, D'Angelo Brothers, VP Race Fuels, Myco Trailers, FDM Contracting, Raymond Cranes, and CMI Exhaust. So they've got some good support there. And as we were saying, it's a beautiful boat, man. They take beautiful care of that thing.
So what's your prediction?
Let's see. Well, I think American Custom Marine is going to go out and try to establish a sizable lead over the Super Vs. I don't know if he's trying to come around and put a whooping on them, but we'll see. Then actually in Super V, Knuckleheads and What's Up always battle it out.
They're always tangling it up. Yep.
And they are buddies off the course.
Yeah, absolutely.
But once that green flag goes, Anthony Smith, he doesn't pull any punches.
Nope.
He don't. And he's raced with Evil Ed before.
Yes.
He knows that boat.
In that boat, yeah, exactly.
He knows that boat. But, if everything goes well, it's going to be hard to get around Anthony and Smitty in that What's Up boat.
Well, and I'll tell you this, Anthony has an incredible name in the sport. And a lot of people that are in the sport know him as an extremely talented throttle man. And
setup man.
And setup man, an engine guy, and really a do-it-everything-for-you guy.
Yep.
And, a lot of people that may be new to the sport or may not understand, who he is or whatever, he is one of the premier, if not the premier throttle guy in a V-bottom boat, period.
Right. Well, they were saying that right now we don't know if there's anybody else that has as much seat time in a fountain V-hull like this setup in the race trim as he is. So he has more seat time in a fountain race boat like that than anybody else out here on the course. Jeff McCann's been around a lot of fountains too, and of course he's not in that same class, but he'll be out here on the same course at the same time. Jeff is from North Carolina, right down the road from Fountain Power Boats. Has had a few over the years. He has a Scream Machine from back in the day that was banker racing. A really cool boat. And he cut the double canopy off of it. That's a lot like Gascot. Okay, back in the day, it was like that. And he cut that off and put a single canopy on it. And it's a really cool boat. I was in Key West when the bottom came off of that, and they took it home, fixed it. He is not afraid to fix anything.
I love it.
Yep. He's going to bring the mailman back to the shootout.
Really?
Remember what the mailman is?
Do tell.
That is the black Donzi that he had, it had hit a rogue wave and blew the side out of it, and it sunk at the shootout one year. And he says, I'm bringing it back.
Wow.
Yeah,
All right.
and he's got even a bigger motor in it now.
Gotcha. I see the start boat down there getting them wrangled up in the milling circle, so we should be going live here pretty quick.
With live action of the 2026 St. Clair River Classic.
We've got a lot of people here watching this race in anticipation to see what's going on. Now, Brad, these boats are the loudest ones of the day.
Yes,
by
definitely.
far, by
you know,
far.
and when it's kind of due to the side exit exhaust that some of these big fountains have. The barrel backs, like they like to call them. There's another barrel back out there. Got to throw out the gauntlet there and say that Billy Gleck has one, a red one down in Florida. Everybody's trying to get him to bring it out. I know he's been racing other boats, but
All right,
everybody
so
wants to see him get it out.
we've got a green flag right now for the extreme class with American Custom Marine coming down the course. Looks like we're going to do 2 starts on this race, Brad.
So American Custom Marine, I don't know if they're going to go ahead and try to get around before this next start goes. They're bringing those guys up on plane as we speak. But listen to that American Custom Marine checking out. They're still gaining speed.
Man, that sounds good.
My gosh. Folks, that's what it's all about right there. That's 150, 160 miles an hour.
We've got Super Vs that are going to be coming up on plane right now as their start boat is getting ready to come this way.
Still yellow. They're getting them all lined up. I see What's Up is way on the outside.
Some of that Anthony Smith strategy.
Yeah, they better get them going. American Custom Marine's already around the north turn.
Now, American Custom Marine, correct me if I'm wrong, was it last year or the year before, spun out in turn 1 here?
I don't recall.
Yeah, I think they spun out in turn 1 and got right back in it.
Here you go. They are up on plane with the Super Vs. We've got a yellow, and we have American Custom Marine trying to come back around and catch them. Better get going, guys. That starter better throw that green flag quick. Rooster tails are up.
We still have
Still yellow. You better get going. Green,
There's
green,
your
green. We're racing here for the 2026 St. Clair River Classic for the final race of the day.
Look at those rooster
These
tails.
big V-holes, here they come, folks. Get on your feet. Show your support. Hoop and holler for your favorite boat. Knucklehead is on the inside. DSK is in second position. Team Was Up came from fourth position. Is past Go GPS. Side by side, Knuckleheads and Was Up. Was Up looks like they have them by a boat length as they go past the broadcast booth. And we're all going to be watching, keeping an eye on the north end of the course. Make sure everybody gets around there. Knucklehead has the inside line. Was Up's going to give him plenty of room.
Look at that shot right there on your screen.
Perfect shot, side by side. Check that out. Was Up is going a little bit wide. Knucklehead, side by side as they exit on the Canadian side, headed back down south.
Knucklehead pushed Was Up kind of wide out there, but Was Up is on the outside and pulling away.
I don't know how much pulling there is. Knuckleheads is right there with them.
Yep, Was Up's got about a 2-second lead.
What is it, about 6 or 8 seconds back to DSK?
Yep, about 6 seconds, and then another 3 seconds back to Go GPS Racing. And American Custom Marine is catching up with those guys.
Yeah, they are. Watch out.
Now, Michael told you some inside baseball, what's going on with their boat.
Well, The thing is with the boats, those motors that they have in there, they can either set them on 1350 or 1550. I believe they may have turned it up a notch.
They have made, that's where 11 comes from.
Exactly.
Turned it up to 11.
Got to run race fuel when you do that. That's maybe where that VP sponsorship came in.
Was up on the inside, Knuckleheads on the outside. They come around that south turn.
All 4 boats are around that southern corner. Was up. And Knuckleheads. Knuckleheads has some acceleration coming out of the corners, that's for sure. But top speed looks like it is right now with the setup is was up. Check that out. DSK, outer limits. Look at all the steps on the bottom of that,
I was
Brian.
just going to say, that's a great shot of that boat. Was up and Knuckleheads in the north end of the course here.
Would that be lap number 2? Oh, Michael Knobloch is pulling off to the inside, maybe to save it for another day. Man, they showed a lot of speed. They really did.
Yep, they are pulling off on the inside of the course.
They could have really wrung its neck to try to get up there and race with these guys, but there's really no point to that, you know? He wants to save it and bring it down to the shootout next month.
I'm excited to see that. That will be a show.
Yes, it will. But today, right now, the show we have is Was Up and Knuckleheads battling it out in St. Clair, Michigan.
About a 3-second gap between first and second place in Super V.
Look at the setup on those boats. They're just so straight and true.
Yep, and DSK's got about a 4-second lead over Go GPS Racing.
Everybody's got their eyes on the corners as Was Up and Knuckleheads dive into the south side, making sure nothing happens. Now, Evil Ed and Tyler Crockett, they know that this is their home waters. So if they have any like inside baseball or little secrets, this would be the time to do it.
Yep, now Was Up went wide there, which, you know, that's a typical setup for those guys. We've seen them do that before at this race.
Wow, they're not taking it easy, are they?
They are not. You know, Smitty in that boat with Anthony, you know, Smitty's like, hey, I'm enjoying my retirement now. I'm the commissioner of OPA. He said whatever that means, we all know what that means, but that means he gets to go racing.
Knucklehead Racing from St. Clair, Michigan.
Just listen to those boats go by.
Gotta love that sound. DSK with Tim Linden. And Gary Aldington. Was Up in the north turn. It's a beautiful shot there. Nice, consistent corner.
It's a great shot of Knucklehead there.
You know, Reggie Fountain did a heck of a job when he built these 42s, you know, and with the barrel backs, they just have always run so good. All of them. And they don't have quite the beak that the 42 production does. That's why we call them a 40.
It's a great shot of DSK in turn 1, and now Go GPS Racing with Kirk Brito and Rob Locklear.
Was Up has really lengthened their lead over Knuckleheads. That would be, I believe, we are on lap 4, going to complete lap 5.
Yeah, about a 6-second lead between Was Up and Knuckleheads.
American Custom Marine headed back in the Pine River. Michael lives just in there. Maybe he'll go put it on the boat lift. Come over here and talk to us. I don't know if he has time. Busy man.
He's going to need to hurry. These boats are going to finish this race quick. That turn right there, Knucklehead kind of bounced through that just a little bit. You know, they had a couple of smoother corners than that, but
yeah, you see these Super Vs, they'll have a higher and taller rooster tail as they are exiting the corners and around the corners, and then it gets flat as they gain speed. Look how flat that is. Well, Anthony, I believe he told you, the boat's never been faster than it is right now.
that is exactly what he said. You know, they spent a bunch of time prepping for this race and getting ready. You know, they're always want to be ready for a good fight with Knucklehead.
Absolutely. We got a race going on here for third and fourth, though. Check this out.
Yeah, we do.
Go GPS is trying to do whatever they can to catch up to DSK. Going around the north end there, was up, has cleared the corner. Knuckleheads goes into it. With Evil Ed and Tyler Crockett, the local guys, trying to catch father and son, Smitty and Anthony Smith.
You know, it looks like Knucklehead's lost a little bit coming out of that turn in turn one there. They kind of bounced through that just a little bit. It looks like they lost some speed because Was Up has put quite the distance between them on that point.
Yeah, they have. They exited that corner and just kind of checked out. I'd have to time it. I don't know for sure if they are just gaining speed or if Knucklehead's losing a little bit.
Now, it looked like when Knucklehead came out of that turn, they backed off the throttles for whatever reason. I don't know if they were a little out of shape or what they wanted, but I think that's what happened there.
Was Up goes wide. Set up for a straight run to the north. How cool is that father and son get to be in the boat together? Put on a show for everybody here in St. Clair, Michigan for the 2026 St. Clair River Classic.
Was Up, coming down, passing the start boat, making a beautiful pass here on the United States side of the course.
These two Ed Smiths have been friends for a long time. How's the story go that Smitty was there in the office and goes, you know, I need another one of me to help take care of all this stuff. And the next phone call was Evil Ed out of St. Clair. It's like, whoa, I really do have another Ed Smith. Long-time friends. Putting on a show for everybody here. St. Clair, Michigan. Got a little bit of cloud that came through here. Cooled it off for us a little bit, Brian.
Yeah, just a little bit. There's Knuckleheads entering the north end of the turn here. North end of the course. See right there, they're seeming like they're pulling down a little bit of power as they're exiting that corner.
Well, it kind of hops around that corner.
Yeah. It's a great shot of Go GPS.
On the backstretch, on the Canadian side, Was Up. I think they're increasing the lead over Knuckleheads.
DSK and Go GPS Racing here in the north end of the corner, the north end of the course. I'm looking here.
Go GPS is trying to do anything they can to gain a little bit of ground on DSK.
Yeah, there's about a 6-second difference between those two boats right there.
There you have on your screen. On the right-hand side is Was Up. And Knuckleheads coming around the south turn. Look at that rooster tail.
Yeah, it looks like they're struggling a little bit to come out of the corners cleanly, but as soon as they get into this straightaway, they are right back in it.
Yeah, they're having trouble in the corners, that's for sure. A little bit off the pace.
DSK and Go GPS Racing coming out of the south turn. See the rooster tail popping up on Go GPS. And right back into Was Up on the north end of the course.
Kirk and Rob are trying to do anything they can to catch up to Tim and Gary. You know what, and I think Kirk and Rob's boat, the Go GPS, I believe that was one of the kilo boats back in the day.
I think you're right.
I love how that drone will show them slicing around those corners.
Yeah, and this is similar to some of the racing that we saw earlier. It looks like when they get into the corners that Go GPS is a little bit better in the corners and catches them, catches DSK a little bit, makes up a little bit of that space, but then as soon as they come out of that corner, DSK just has the ability to pull away from them. It's a great shot there of him going through that corner.
Yeah, and you see that they're not diving in really hard. Conservative. Run their own race. If you saw them really digging in there, maybe they just don't want to get in that anchor line, though. Because once they get on the straightaways, they're pouring the coals to them.
Evil Ed Smith in the south end of the course, and Was Up coming up the front straightaway.
You got to think that's, what, a mile and a half away to be able to zoom in like that?
Yeah. Yeah, you can see right there, Knuckleheads is really kind of having some issues in the corner there. And I would bet we'd see a little more of Ed Smith and Tyler Crockett in that boat. You know, two very, very experienced boat racers.
Yeah, Tyler said he's coming down next month to come and see us at the Ozarks.
Yeah. And, you know, Ed and Tyler, both great guys. We've known them both for a long time. Fierce competitors. But always willing to lend a helping hand if needed. Now down on the south end of the course again, we've got
DSK
and
Go GPS.
And see, it looks like right there that's when DSK is able to pull away from him.
You're right, though. Go GPS gets pretty close to him in that south corner.
And that may just be prop selection thing. Go GPS may have decided to do something a little different with that, and maybe not have their prop selection that they were hoping for.
I believe this is finishing their 8th lap.
Yeah. Was Up getting ready to enter the south end turn. And Knuckleheads is about 3/4 of that back stretch behind him. Folks, as you know, we are at the 32nd annual St. Clair River Classic, beautiful St. Clair, Michigan. Watching the last race of the day between 4 beautiful Super V boats.
And right there on your screen is the fastest one out here today. Team Was Up out of New Jersey. Father and son team. Ed Smith, son Anthony Smith. So with them being such good friends with the Knucklehead crew and the other Ed Smith, would it call it your rival if it's your good friend?
Rival on the course, buddies in the
off.
pits.
Okay, definitely. Well, what they all do for the sport is just amazing.
You know, we know Ed, we know Smitty and Anthony, and they do a lot of wonderful things too. But locally here, and even wherever he goes, Evil Ed Smith, you always hear other racers saying, "Hey, I've always got access to his marina. He's always willing to help out. Anytime that a racer's in a pinch here, particularly at St. Clair, his doors are always open." We really, really appreciate that kind of support for the entire racing community for OPA.
Yeah. You know, he even also, a lot of the teams from out of town, there's a race going on next weekend in Michigan City, and a lot of them will come here and then store their boat here at his place, go home, then come back and take it on over to Michigan City. So he does anything they can to get the racers to the race and help out in any way he can.
Support Offshore. Yep, we love that. Thank you, sir.
Oh, DSK rocking it side by side to side a little bit. They don't want to give up any speed, that's for sure. Go GPS will capitalize on anything that they do at this point. They're trying to find clean water, get the best bite that they can for their props. They go into the north corner there. Make sure they get around with no incident. Oh, look how close they are, Brian. That's within a boat length.
Yep.
Oh, we got to see how this is going to shake out coming down to the south. Who has the acceleration? Oh, DSK, that's where they have that acceleration you're talking about.
Yep, that's exactly it. Now, here's the interesting part, Brad. If on the last lap that they can do that same thing, and I'm talking about Go GPS Racing, if they can hold that corner tight, maybe they've got a chance. You know, they're keeping it close with these guys this entire race so far.
Right.
Maybe it's just strategy.
Well, that's all the difference right there with the podium.
About a 2-second lead. DSK over Go GPS Racing.
But still out to a commanding lead Was Up. As we pan back to Knuckleheads. You know, and sometimes we talk about how your setup will come into you or kind of go away from you, and it looks as though Knuckleheads, their setup just kind of went away as the boat got lighter. Picture perfect corner for Was Up there.
It's a great shot of Knuckleheads as they're coming into the north end of the course. You know, both those, actually all 4 of these boats that are out here are just beautiful machines and really, really cool. I don't know if you've been in one. I got the privilege of sitting in Knuckleheads and helping him with some multifunction display issues that I helped him with, and it's a cool boat. Cool boat.
Absolutely. Here's the race, though. Right here for third place. DSK, Go GPS.
See, and if you look at right there, when they passed the start-finish boat there, Go GPS was really close. That's what I'm talking about. If they can hold that in on the very last lap.
I agree. So they can dive harder into the corners. I think that's what we're seeing here.
Yeah. You know, in DSK, when they've been coming down the straightaway, they've been a little more chine walk than I think they probably would want.
I think that's just the nature of the beast on that boat. It rocks side by side, side to side. And this is where Go GPS Pulls up right alongside of DSK.
Oh, actually, just coming out of the corner, no, Go GPS Go is or Go GPS was just a fraction of a second faster. Got ahead of him, but then DSK pulled out.
Yeah, Go GPS just doesn't have the acceleration. It doesn't look like that DSK does. Was up. Sounds like it's lightening it up a little bit. Some of these you may start hearing the chips, rev limiting chips, pop just a little bit. These are still what you would call a spec class. They have certain restraints. They can't go too high on RPM. It's all regulated. And then the engine size as well, dictated by the heads and all of the internals in the motor.
You know, as they come around the corner, you know, we've talked about it a couple times now. Go GPS is getting them there. I think it would behoove them at maybe some point if they can, and I know they're probably trying to maybe try to push DSK out a little bit further, having them to, you know, forcing them to make up more ground may help them on that last corner. What do you think?
Yeah, they're trying to set them up. They're trying to do anything they can. And it up here on this north end is where they make up a lot of ground, so we'll have to watch that. But I'm trying to make sure that I have this as lap 11. I want to make sure that I didn't miss it by one. I don't see any checkered flag yet. Coming around the south end was up. There you have was up. What an awesome day. Beautiful, beautiful weather. There's DSK. Let's see if we can see how, yep, they kind of stay on the outside of their wake. Go GPS does. Yeah, they backed off a little bit. Oh, I'm getting a message here from Michael Knobloch. They blew a transmission. It's too bad. Putting all that power to it, that's what the problem was. Get that thing figured out, Mike, and get that thing ready for the shootout.
He's got motors that'll go to an 11 and a transmission that goes to 10.
Yeah, exactly. And like you were telling people earlier, you got a month.
Yeah, you got a month.
Speaking of that, we got to get home and work on our own stuff.
Yeah.
So we believe this is the final lap, winding down here. Was up in first, Knucklehead in second, DSK in third, and Go GPS in fourth. Looks like that's how it's going to finish out. Oh, Go GPS is down over there on the far side of the course.
Sure enough.
Right side up, but they are, doesn't look like they're under any power. The guys are out of the boat. I don't know what he's doing there. Just trying to see. One of the safety boats is going to go over and check and see if they need any assistance. He's trying to open up the hatch. Looks like, yeah. May have had a water line. Looked like there's a lot of water coming out of the exhaust, which I would think that it'd be dry exhaust, so he may have a water leak in there.
Yeah, entirely possible, but it looks like they're fine. I see the safety boat approaching them right now.
There you have Knuckleheads from St. Clair, Michigan, racing here on their home waters. Ed Smith and Tyler Crockett. It'll be interesting to see if they race together again.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. You know, I would imagine that we would. I mean, we've got two talented guys, and it seems to make a lot of sense. So
I don't see a checkered flag yet. Do you?
I do not.
Oh, no. I don't yet.
Team must be giving them a
one more time.
One more.
One more lap to go. Yeah. Go GPS down on the inside of the course there. Safety boat there, checking them out. Did they get the hatch back down? I think they did. Yep. Evil Ed. Still charging hard, but on your screen is Was Up. They've been the fastest boat out here today. Roaring past our booths all day long. These big Super Vs with the side exhaust. Oh, the crowd loves that.
Go GPS has got both guys out on the front of the boat. They are good. It does look like they're going to require some assistance getting back into the marina, but they are all good and doing well. They ran a great race. I mean, they really did. You know, to try to stay up with DSK and fight them for the corners, it made that a lot of fun.
Yeah, yep, they sure did. Like we said, we saw a lot of water coming out of the exhaust, and usually these are all dry exhausts, so I've had a little bit of trouble with that. It's a known problem.
Looks like we've got a checkered flag out now as Wazop comes into the south end of the course here.
I would confirm that. I do see the checkered flag out. Was Up, rounding the corner on the south end. I'm getting goosebumps, Brian. Father and son team, Ed Smith and Anthony Smith. They led from wire to wire, came from the outside in position number 4. So that goes to prove to people you don't have to have the inside pole position. You just have to have the fastest boat, and they proved that today.
Fastest boat and one that finishes, absolutely.
Win going today to Team Was Up out of New Jersey, taking the win for the 2026 St. Clair River Classic.
Knuckleheads coming out for the last corner here as they approach the start-finish line.
Tyler Crockett and Ed Smith and Knucklehead Racing, hometown team, put on a heck of a show for everybody, all their fans here. Lined up on the boardwalk. Everybody was here cheering them on. They just didn't have quite the speed today.
DSK is going to enter the south end of the course here for their last corner here with Timothy Linden and Gary Aldington. They will take third officially.
Second place goes to Team Knuckleheads. That's a cool wrap on that boat. The big eagle on the side.
Yeah, that's a cool boat. DSK are rounding that last little bit of the turn here.
They'll stay on for a podium position. Congratulations to them. You know, and that's a boat that came back from overseas. Last year, it was brought back by another team. They bought it here recently, and Kirk and Rob brought the Go GPS, but I'm sorry, it was Tim and Gary that have the DSK and taken third place here at the St. Clair River Classic. Congratulations to Team DSK. Brian, well, you know, what I call it there? It'd be hard to get around them, huh?
Yeah, yep, you called it.
Yeah.
Great shot here of Anthony getting out of the boat, getting his checkered flag.
Congratulations. Waving that flag. I know Mama's watching. At
There
home.
you go.
There you go.
Nice
That
job.
one's for everybody back home.
His mom and
His wife.
wife Carmela. Yep.
Yep. Such a cool looking boat. Such a great family and cool team. Wow. What a great day of racing we had here, Brian, here in St. Clair, Michigan.
Yeah, you know, this has been an incredible weekend as we start to wrap up the end of the 32nd annual St. Clair River Classic, brought to you by Blue Water Offshore Racing Association and the Offshore Powerboat Association, OPA, that we work for. So
Yeah.
what a great weekend it's been. We'd like to thank everybody that has made this possible. You know, we've thanked all of our sponsors a million times. Everybody in the entire town has been incredibly hospitable and been able to witness an incredible weekend of racing here at St. Clair.
Absolutely. You know, and we could not do it without the sponsors, like you were saying. Raymond Cranes, the City of St. Clair, Cargill Salt, Mashburn Motors, Chamber of Commerce here at St. Clair, Murphy Inn, Beer Lumber, Voyager, St. Clair Inn. They took great care of us here at the St. Clair Inn.
As
Wonderful
yep.
food and wonderful hospitality, and the staff just went above and beyond to take care of us, and we sure appreciate that. Riverbend Marina, of course, is where Ed Smith has Knucklehead Racing over there. Then we have B&B Construction, Huffmaster AAA, Hamlin Pub, sorry, been a long day. MGM Dumpsters, La Fontaine, GMC, and Ford, Warwater Brewery, LLC, Cocobellas, Anchor Point Bristow, Pepper Joe's, Waste Haven Builders, LaCroix, Riverside Pub, Wellington Financial, the City of St. Clair Boat Harbor, Pine Shores Golf Course, City of St. Clair Rec Department, Knights of Columbus 2251, St. Clair Embroidery. There you have on your screen the winner of the day. Team Was Up. They're going to put on a show for everybody on the boardwalk. Everybody on their feet.
What
Give them a
cool
round of
shot.
applause.
Look at that.
Man, they put on a heck of a show today. We also got Thorpe Printing Services, Coughlin Jewelry, Super 8 in Maryville, E2 Security, and Hills Garage. And of course, we couldn't do it without our public safety partners, St. Clair Police Department, St. Clair Area Fire Department, U.S. Coast Guard Auxiliary, St. Clair County Sheriff, Tri-Hospital EMS, all the area law enforcement and area fire departments that help with mutual aid and help cover all this. Transport Canada over on the other side, and Ontario Provincial Police over there on the other side, St. Clair County Homeland Security and Emergency Management, and the Royal Canadian Mounted Police over on the other side.
Yep. Congratulations to all of the winners today and yesterday's races, and really to all of the competitors in the sport here for this race. Everyone had a great weekend. You know, we've seen some incredible things. We've seen, you know, a boat go over, be able to recover, restart. Everyone was fine and happy for that. A lot of good racing, a lot of deck-to-deck racing in the spec class boats, in the bracket class boats. It's been an incredible weekend. You know, this is such an iconic event. 32 years of this. It's been incredible.
Yes, and it's really an honor to be able to be here and help portray this to everybody throughout the country and the world, really listening and watching, and to show how special this race site is to all the teams and to all of us. So we want to thank you all for joining us, and we look forward to next year.
Yeah, I'm Brian Baldry alongside Brad Harrington. Until we see you guys next race at Lake Abacon.
That's right. Thank you.